Chapter 1. The cold wind was like a knife, using the earth as a chopping board and viewing all living things as fish meat. Snow flew for thousands of miles, using heaven and earth as a furnace to refine heaven and earth into silver. The snow was about to stop, but the wind was still blowing. In the deep and serene valley, two youths were treading on the white snow. They were not old, about 16 or 17 years old, and their bodies were covered in snow. The valley was bumpy and the ground was covered with thick snow. It was very inconvenient to walk. However, the two youths walked as if they were flying. Their bodies were agile like fish in water. Zichin, are you sure you're not mistaken? It's so cold, we can't come here for nothing. One of the youths suddenly said as they were running. Don't worry, Zhao Can. I saw it with my own eyes. I can't be wrong. The youth named Zichin said confidently. That's good. Zhao Can nodded. The two of them moved forward quickly, passing through one valley after another. The snow was getting heavier. This valley was deep and remote. In this cold winter, there were very few footprints. Everything was quiet. However, on the same day, two more figures flew over from the valley. Zichun is known as the most cautious among the outer disciples. I didn't expect him to fall here. The two of them were wearing green clothes wrapped in a layer of animal skin. It was very similar to the two of them before. This is called knowing a person for a long time without understanding his true nature. It's also called making bad friends. The other youth smiled coldly. The two of them quickly disappeared into the snow. The sky was getting dark. Zichin, who was leading the way, stopped in his tracks. Have we arrived? Seeing Zichin suddenly stop, Zhao Can's eyes flashed and he asked anxiously, No, we have to walk for another day. Let's eat something first, find a place without snow, rest for the night, and continue tomorrow. Zichin shook his head and brushed the snow off his body. Behind the two of them were bundles. Zichin was taking out food from one of the bundles. This Zichin, it's so cold. I think we should go early. Zhao Can ate the dry food absent-mindedly. After hesitating for a moment, he finally spoke. Why? Are you afraid that someone will come and rob us? Don't worry. This place is very remote. Even ferocious beasts may not be able to find it. Otherwise, the snow ginseng would not have been taken by a level 5 ferocious beast. He grabbed a handful of clean snow from the ground and stuffed it into his mouth. The bone-chilling coldness made Zichin shiver uncontrollably. Be careful. Be careful. What if the ice bear wakes up and eats the snow ginseng? Zhao Can. Of the snow. That's not very likely. Zichin hesitated. To be safe, Zichin didn't hesitate and decided to hurry. This also made Zhao Can breathe a sigh of relief. Braving the cold wind and flying snow, the two of them continued forward. The two of them didn't walk for long before two figures appeared at the place where they had been standing before. If not for the food delay, the two of them would have been discovered. Let's slow down and wait for Zhao Can's signal. The night passed in silence. The next morning, the sky was bright. The cold wind howled loudly, and the snow was even heavier. Zichin and Zhao Can were already standing on top of a mountain. Have we arrived? Zhao Can's eyes were filled with eagerness. Yes. Zichin nodded his head, and his eyes were filled with excitement. He used his finger to point at the mountain top in front of them and said, It's right in front of us. That day when I was looking for spiritual herbs, I accidentally discovered it. After climbing over that mountain top and reaching the valley, we'll arrive there. Both of them were outer disciples of the Nimbus martial ancestor. They had been working hard to enter the inner sect for many years. Now a single snow ginseng would allow them to break through and enter the inner sect. They would be able to learn advanced martial techniques and cultivation techniques and obtain more resources. For outer disciples of the Nimbus martial ancestor, the inner sect was their goal. now that he was only one mountain away from his goal. Zichen was very excited. "Now, take out the enchanting powder. We're ready to go," Zichen said loudly, inner sect of the Nimbus martial ancestor. Zichen, I'm here." "Haha, Zhao Ken, I'm here too." Zhao Ken laughed loudly and walked toward Zichen. He extended his arms as if he wanted a brotherly hug. Zichen laughed and opened his arms. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Zhao Ken walked in front of Zichen. Suddenly, a cold glint flashed across his eyes. His hands that were about to hug Zichen emitted a faint white glow. This was Qi. Bang! The sudden change happened in an instant. Zichen did not even have time to react before he was hit by a huge force. He fell backward and landed on the mountain peak, leaving a human-shaped mark on the thick snow. Zhao Can's sneak attack instantly injured Zichen. Pooh! A mouthful of fresh blood was spat out. Zichen's face turned pale. Zichen looked at Zhao Can and wanted to say something. However, at this moment, a cold glint flashed across Zhao Can's eyes. He rushed forward and activated the qi in his body. Then, he struck his palm toward Zichen's abdomen. Pooh! A sound similar to the sound of air breaking was heard. A wave of qi wreaked havoc in Zichen's abdomen and meridians. Zichen's meridians were damaged and abdomen was crippled. Fast, too fast. It was so fast that Zichen did not even have time to react. After Zhao Can's sneak attack, he quickly followed up with another strike and crippled Zichen. During this time, Zichen only had time to say one word. Zichen started coughing up large mouthfuls of blood. His eyes were ashen. The qi that he had painstakingly cultivated for several years was crippled just like that. He was completely crippled. And the person who crippled him was his friend and brother. Zhao Can, who had a vicious expression before, suddenly looked guilty. He said softly, "Zichen, don't blame me." "Why?" Zichen fell to the ground. His eyes were filled with despair and disbelief. He could not believe that Zhao Can, who he regarded as a brother, would plot against him. Because he wants to find a backer and make a name for himself in the inner sect. At this moment, a voice was heard from the mountainside. Then, 2 figures appeared. After a few leaps, they arrived at the peak of the mountain. "You guys are quite early," Zhao Can said coldly when he saw the 2 of them. We wanted to wait for the signal, but when we saw that you had already made your move, we came up." One of them chuckled. *CK the mountain? Isn't it enough to enter the inner sect? Zichen's face was filled with despair and regret. He regretted asking Zhao Can to come along. He regretted being friends with Zhao Can and treating him like a brother. Of course it's not enough. Apart from having a lot of resources, the inner sect disciples are almost the same as the outer sect disciples. They all have disputes and conflicts. Zhao Can's guilty eyes had calmed down. He said indifferently, "My original goal was to enter the inner sect. That was my goal. If there were no accidents, I would have been able to enter the inner sect in 2 years. However, your snow ginseng allowed me to advance by 2 years. The inner sect is filled with both open and secret struggles. Many disciples have died inexplicably. If I were to enter the inner sect, I might have to be careful for a few years to find a backer. However, your snow ginseng is useful to Senior Brother Wang Xiong. He can protect me, so it saved me a few years of time. And I don't have to worry about being schemed against. I can even cultivate in peace. Such a huge benefit in exchange for your death. Tell me, do you think I wouldn't agree to such a good thing for myself?" Zhao Can's eyes had a sinister smile. Zichen's eyes were filled with pain. "I was the one who found the snow ginseng. I was the one who called you here, but you turned around and harmed me. I trusted you wrongly." "That's right. Therefore, in this world, no one can be trusted. Sometimes even blood relatives will harm you, let alone friends. What happened today is a lesson. Unfortunately, you will never learn this lesson. Zhao Qian said coldly. Zichen did not speak. His life was over because he trusted a brother wrongly. Let's go. Looking at Zichen, who was in despair, Zhao Qian's face only had a sneer. Go. You let him go just like that? You only crippled Abdomen. There are fortuitous encounters in this world. Abdomen was crippled, but if he encounters a fortuitous encounter, he can still recover. One of the young men joked. That's true. When you cut the grass, you have to dig up the roots. Zhao Qian turned back, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. Zhao Qian, we are brothers. Zichen's heart was completely cold. It was as cold as ice. That's right. Brothers are used to betray others when there are benefits. In Zhao Qian's eyes, there was no longer any mercy. There was only cold, murderous intent. Puff! A cold light flashed. A short dagger stabbed towards Zichen's chest and pierced through his heart. Fresh, red blood flowed out from his chest and wet his clothes. Zichen's eyes suddenly widened. His face was ashen, and his breathing stopped. His vitality dissipated. Zhao Qian coldly pulled out the short dagger and kicked Zichen down the mountain. Let's go. Zhao Qian used the snow to wipe off the blood on the short dagger and turned to walk down the mountain. Chapter 2. Friends are to be betrayed when there are benefits to be gained. Zichen only remembered this sentence before his life force dissipated. Zhao Qian kicked him into the mountain stream. A line of blood flowed out of his chest. His life force had already dissipated. Zichen had already died. Legend has it that after a person dies, their soul will not dissipate immediately. Instead, it will linger around the body. If the resentment is too deep, the soul may transform into another form. Like a ghost, a malicious spirit. Bang! Between the uneven mountain streams, Zichen's body finally fell on the thick snow on the ground, leaving his corpse intact. Drops of blood flowed from his chest, carrying the last of his body's heat, melting the snow under his body. Like a drop of water falling on snow, a small and deep hole appeared. Like water dripping on a stone, the hole slowly became deeper and bigger, until the snow melted and fell on the ice. On the ice there was a small ice ball. Red blood dripped from Zichen's heart and landed on the ice ball, dyeing it red in an instant. The next moment, something strange happened. A silver light suddenly flashed on the small ice ball. The blood that fell from before seemed to be absorbed. It went to the center of the ice ball, looking like a gorgeous amber. Buzz! After absorbing the blood, the ice ball suddenly trembled and emitted a brilliant silver light. The silver light was like water, but it was as hot as fire. When it appeared, the ice and snow around it began to melt. Just as the ice melted, the ice ball suddenly flew up, emitting a brilliant silver light, like a wandering thunder snake. It was like a dead object that suddenly came to life, flying towards Zichen's heart. The ice ball entered his heart, releasing a silver energy that merged into Zichen's body. Then Zichen began to glow. The silver light was like an electric snake, twisting and turning. The silver light was a special kind of energy. It carried a blazing high temperature, but it did not boil Zichen's blood. Instead, it made Zichen's blood flow, which had stopped flowing, start flowing again. Moreover, Zichen's ice-cold body once again emitted the warmth of a human. At the same time, the wound on Zichen's chest miraculously healed under the silver light. His damaged meridians were also slowly recovering under the silver light. While the water-like silver light was repairing Zichen's meridians, it was also passing through his circulating blood, sending streams of silver light energy into his skin, bones, and even bone marrow. Tendon changing, marrow cleansing. This was a great fortune. Zichen's entire body turned silver. His entire body emitted a blazing heat, and the ice beneath him melted instantly. Plop! Zichen fell through the melted ice into the mountain stream. There was water here. After that, a pitch-black liquid gushed out from Zi-Chen's body. These were the impurities in the body that were beginning to be expelled from the body under this great fortune. In the haze, Zi-Chen felt a suction force appear, as if it was going to take him into another world. That world was dark and cold. Zi-Chen was terrified. This was an instinctive fear in the face of death. After that, Zi-Chen saw the water-like silver light. It was very warm. The silver light wrapped around his body, making him feel warm again. It was as if he was in his mother's embrace. It was very comfortable. The comfortable Zi-Chen could not help but want, it's so hot! When Zi-Chen woke up, he felt that his surroundings were very hot. It was as if he was in a pot of boiling water and was being stewed. Then, Zi-Chen saw the boiling water around him. Zi-Chen's expression changed instantly. He used his hands and feet to climb up until he reached the ice cave that he had fallen into before. That was close. I was almost cooked. After climbing to the shore and crawling for a long time, Zi-Chen leaned against a mountain wall and gasped for breath. After he left the pool, the boiling water calmed down, and Zi-Chen did not feel any discomfort. The panting Zi-Chen seemed to have discovered something. He suddenly let out a startled cry, and then his clear eyes became confused. Didn't I die? Why am I still here? Zi-Chen looked up and down. There was not a single wound on his body. His skin was as smooth as jade, as delicate and white as a newborn baby's. There are no wounds. Did I fall asleep here and have a dream? Did Zhao Can kill me in the dream? Zi-Chen was puzzled, but soon he saw the mark of being pierced by a sharp weapon at the chest area of his clothes. This isn't a dream. I'm still alive. Zi-Chen's expression was bitter. Everything that had happened before was real. He had been assassinated, but he had not died. He was still alive, but it was no different from being dead. The crippled abdomen didn't have the slightest bit of true qi. It was empty. Just what is going on? Why am I still alive when I should be dead? Zi-Chen thought about it for a long time, but he still couldn't understand. He had never heard of anything in the martial heaven continent that could bring the dead back to life. Not only am I not dead, but my damaged meridians are also healed. There are no more traces of injuries. Perhaps abdomen is also healed. Suddenly, the depressed Zi-Chen had a whimsical guess. Then he began to circulate his cultivation technique. The surrounding heaven and earth spiritual qi began to gather toward Zi-Chen. This speed was over 10 times faster than when Zi-Chen had been cultivating. If Zi-Chen's previous speed of absorbing heaven and earth spiritual qi was like a thin thread, then now it was like 10 thin threads were twisted into a thick rope. Zi-Chen was excited. Because he had been distracted, he had stopped circulating his cultivation technique. The heaven and earth spiritual qi that had just gathered in his meridians had dissipated. Again, Zi-Chen was very excited. Although he didn't know how he had come back to life, he knew that one thing was certain. However, there was one thing that he was sure of, and that was that he had obtained a great fortune. This fortune allowed him to be reborn. Following the circulation of his cultivation technique, heaven and earth spiritual qi once again gathered from all directions. It flowed through Zi-Chen's pores and entered his meridians. Then, after a cycle, the heaven and earth spiritual qi entered abdomen. Zi-Chen was filled with anticipation toward the empty abdomen. He was waiting for a miracle to happen. The true qi that had just entered abdomen dissipated into thin air. His abdomen could no longer store true qi. It's over. The happy Zi-Chen despaired. The heavens didn't let him die. Instead, they gave him a great fortune. It allowed him to absorb heaven and earth spiritual qi 10 times faster than others. But abdomen couldn't store true qi. Even if it was 100 times faster than others, it was useless. Heavens, you might as well have let me die. Zi-Chen couldn't help but complain in his heart. but it was just a complaint. Being alive was naturally better than being dead. At this moment, Zi-Chen's heart suddenly started beating. Then, a silver energy rushed through his blood and rushed toward Zi-Chen's mind. Buzz! In an instant, a bolt of lightning appeared in Zi-Chen's dark mind. The terrifying lightning was like a thunder dragon, wreaking havoc in his mind. In an instant, it was as if he had been attacked thousands of times. A stinging pain spread. Zi-Chen couldn't help but hold his head and roll on the ground. He didn't scream. That was because his head was in too much pain. He couldn't transmit the thought of screaming in pain. A tall figure that was comparable to heaven and earth appeared in Zi-Chen's mind. Zi-Chen couldn't see the figure's face. He could only see the figure's back. Zi-Chen didn't know what heaven and earth were before. But the moment he saw the figure, he seemed to understand. The figure's back was heaven and earth. His head held up the sky and his feet stepped on the ground. The figure in his mind was motionless, but the aura it emitted was the aura of heaven and earth. This aura was countless times stronger than the aura he felt when he saw the nimbus martial ancestor from afar. Zi-Chen couldn't see the figure's front, but he could see what was in front of it, a bolt of lightning that was as thick as heaven and earth. It was like a thunder dragon dancing in the air. In Zi-Chen's mind, two things that were comparable to heaven and earth appeared. These two things were still in a hostile state. Roar! With a shocking dragon roar, the thunder dragon rushed toward the man. The surging aura stirred up Zi-Chen's mind. It was as if a storm had appeared out of nowhere in his mind. The figure didn't speak. He only reached out his right hand and grabbed at the thunder in front of him. As his right hand moved forward, the entire hand turned into a world of its own. With a gentle grab, the terrifying thunder dragon was caught in the hand of the figure. Then, as the hand returned, the thunder dragon's size also shrank. In the end, the entire thunder dragon was caught in the hand of the figure. A thunder dragon comparable to heaven and earth was caught in the hand of a person and turned into a small ball that emitted a silver light. This really shocked Zi-Chen. Holding the ball of thunder dragon in his hand, the tall figure turned around. Zi-Chen opened his eyes wide. He wanted to see the figure's appearance, but it was as if there was a fog in front of him. He couldn't see clearly no matter how hard he tried. Zi-Chen only saw a pair of eyes. They were bright and sharp, as if they could see through heaven and earth. Then, Zi-Chen saw a thunder dragon rushing toward him. It was the thunder dragon that the ball had turned into again. It opened its bloody mouth and bit at Zi-Chen. Zi-Chen wanted to escape, but this was his sea of consciousness. There was nowhere to run. Endless thunder and lightning drowned Zi-Chen. Zi-Chen's consciousness dissipated instantly. In the outside world, Zi-Chen suddenly opened his eyes. His body was already drenched in cold sweat. His heart was beating wildly, as if it was going to leave his body. What's going on? There were too many strange things today, so many that it was far beyond Zi-Chen's expectations. At this moment, Zi-Chen suddenly felt something in his mind. This was a set of extremely complicated cultivation method. It was difficult to understand and incomparably mysterious. It was like a tide that forced its way into Zi-Chen's mind. His mind, which was already swollen and painful, was about to explode at this moment. Fortunately, this tide came and went quickly. In the end, what appeared in Zi-Chen's mind was a set of cultivation method, heavenly thunder body tempering art, a set of the most basic but most terrifying and somewhat inconceivable cultivation method. It was a set of cultivation methods and also a set of body tempering methods. When cultivated to a high level, one could attract heavenly thunder and temper the body. At the same time, the true qi cultivated was also lightning true qi. What a powerful cultivation method. But what's the use of it? Zi-Chen was extremely shocked by this set of cultivation methods. If he cultivated this set of cultivation methods, His future achievements would be terrifying. But the problem now was that his abdomen was broken and he could no longer condense true qi. No matter how strong the cultivation method was, it was just a decoration for Zichen. There were treasures and fortuitous encounters in heaven and earth. Zichen's fortuitous encounter was great enough. It was definitely comparable to the good fortune of heaven and earth. But now that his dantian was crippled, his fortune was greatly reduced. This is a fortuitous encounter after all. After surviving a great disaster, one is bound to have good fortune later. Although I can't cultivate true qi, I can train my body. A strong constitution comparable to that of a fierce beast doesn't necessarily mean I'm a cripple. Zichen quickly pulled himself together. Then he thought of the 500-year-old snow ginseng. If I can get that snow ginseng and absorb and refine it, my constitution will definitely become stronger. Maybe I can even borrow the rich spiritual power to repair abdomen. Zichen's eyes suddenly lit up. Roar! However, at this moment, an angry roar sounded. The rolling sound spread over several mountains and shook off a large amount of snow. Zichen's body was instantly covered by the falling snow. Ice bear. This is the sound of an ice bear. They haven't left yet. Chapter 3. Damn it, this Zichen actually tricked me. In another valley, Zhao Can's exasperated curses could be heard. The valley was filled with a cool fragrance. It was obviously the smell of the snow ginseng. Zhao Can saw the snow ginseng here. It was like an ice lotus, pure white and flawless, quietly growing in the valley. But he also saw the ice bear. Unfortunately, there was not only one ice bear here, but two. Previously, he and Zichen had spent the equivalent of a true qi pill to obtain the ecstasy powder, but it was only enough to knock out one ice bear. The appearance of two ice bears in front of him greatly exceeded Zhao Can's expectations. In the cold winter, ice bears were generally asleep, but these two ice bears were lying next to the snow ginseng. Although Zhao Can and the others were very careful, they still woke up the ice bears. The two ice bears were both level 5 vicious beasts. They were equivalent to humans at the 5th level of true qi. Their skin was rough and their flesh was thick. In terms of combat strength, vicious beasts were much stronger than humans of the same level. The three of them were at the 4th level of true qi. Under normal circumstances, they would be completely defeated if they faced one ice bear. In the cold winter, the ice bear's reactions were slightly slower. Coupled with the ecstasy powder, the three of them were barely able to tangle with the two ice bears for a while. Roar! The 3-meter-tall ice bears let out a roar. They had been awakened from their deep sleep. They were furious. The black fur on their bodies were like steel thorns. A pair of fan-like bare paws fiercely slapped at the three of them. Pong! Rocks flew everywhere. A large rock was instantly crushed under the bear's paw. It couldn't even withstand a single blow. The three of them flew back with ugly expressions on their faces. Their bodies had not reached the point where they were harder than rocks. Under the attacks of the two ice bears, they could only rely on their nimble movements to avoid the attacks. Quick! Use the ecstasy powder. The bear's paw brought about a gust of wind. Although one of the youths managed to dodge it, the bone-piercing wind still brushed past his cheek and caused him to fall back. He could not help but shout at Zhao Can, "Pang!" Another large rock was crushed under the bear's paw. A gust of wind blew in the valley. The attacks of the two ice bears appeared again and again, quickly forcing the three of them out of the valley. Damn it! Zhao Can cursed angrily. Helplessly, he took out the rest of the bewitching powder and used the third-rate qi technique, flowing cloud steps. He directly passed through the attacks of the two bear paws and arrived in front of the ice bear. The bewitching powder in his hand was fiercely scattered in front of him. The enchanting powder was colorless and odorless, as if it was transparent. With the cover of the flying snow, it smoothly arrived in front of the two ice bears and was sucked in by them. The ice bear could not help but sway. Zhao Ken took this opportunity to retreat. No, if it's just one ice bear, it'll definitely be mesmerized, but two won't do. We have to think of another way. Zhao Ken said anxiously as he sprinkled the ecstasy powder. What can we do now? Can we kill the ice bear? One of the youths said angrily. There was already a trace of blood on his face, which had been lightly grazed by the ice bear. Zhao Ken gritted his teeth and said, You guys stall the ice bear first. I'll go in and take the snow ginseng. After that, we'll leave quickly. Bullshit. Just as Zhao Can's voice fell, an angry, scolding sounded. We brothers aren't idiots like Zichin. We won't believe you. If you want to stall the ice bear, you do it. One of us brothers will go in and take the snow ginseng. That won't do. I was the one who found the snow ginseng, Zhao Can said coldly. If you can't do it, then retreat. Humph. I'll just go back and find senior brother Wang Xiong. Another youth sneered. Their intelligence was terrifyingly high. As they spoke, the ice bear that had been drugged by the ecstasy powder did not fall. Although its body was a little unstable, its attacks were still fierce. The three of them had no choice but to retreat again. As such, the three of them left the valley with the ice bear. In the distance, Zichin stood quietly behind a mountain rock. Putting aside the fact that he had wrongly trusted Zhao Ken, Zichin was very calm in other aspects. Looking at the retreating Zhao Ken, Zichin's eyes were only calm. There was no unnecessary coldness. This was because there was no need for it. After dying once, he had long regarded Zhao Ken as a person he must kill. Good, now is the time. Seeing the three of them retreat far away with the ice bear, Zichin sneered. In a flash, he appeared from behind the big rock and quickly flew towards the valley. Due to the lack of qi, he could not use his footwork. Zichin left a deep footprint in the snow, but his speed was very fast. In the blink of an eye, he was at the edge of the valley. He naturally knew what the other three were planning. It was nothing more than luring the stupid ice bear far away so that he could use his footwork to quickly reach the valley. Stepping on the snow, Zichin quickly flew into the valley and saw the snow ginseng that was growing on the ice. It was half covered in snow. The snow ginseng was crystal clear, like a snow lotus. It exuded a cold fragrance. Even though they were dozens of meters apart, Zichin could feel the rich spiritual energy in the snow ginseng. In 3 steps, Zichin arrived in front of the snow ginseng. It's you, little thing. You almost killed me. Zichin looked at the snow ginseng in front of him with a complicated expression, but he did not hesitate. He squatted down and grabbed the snow ginseng. Zhao Can and the others could arrive at any time. There was not much time left for Zichin. Fortunately, after meridian tendon changing and marrow cleansing, Zichin did not have much qi, but he still had a lot of strength. It did not take him much effort to grab the snow ginseng. Got it. The snow ginseng grew on the ice. Under the great force, the roots of the snow ginseng were covered in ice. Zichin's eyes lit up. This used to be his hope of entering the inner sect, but now it was his hope of condensing abdomen again. Therefore, he prepared to put it away. At this moment, an angry voice sounded. Lin Hao Linning, I found the snow ginseng. You two go and block the ice bear. This was Zhao Can's voice, sounding flustered and exasperated. He was getting closer and closer to the valley. Humph, if you say you found it, then you found it. I also said I found it. What an idiot. Who do you think you are? How could senior brother Wang Xiong like you? Let me tell you, whoever brings the snow ginseng back will get the true energy pill. Immediately after, Lin Ying's mocking voice sounded. Then you are courting death. Zhao Can's voice sounded again. Haha, whether I am courting death or not, you will soon know. Lin Hao, go and delay him. Wait for me to take the snow ginseng. Linning laughed. After that, there was a burst of fighting sounds. There was laughter in the valley. Lin Ying had already reached the deep valley. Further away, there was the sound of fighting, and even further away, there was the roar of the ice bear. However, Lin Ying's laughter stopped as soon as he reached the valley. It was as if someone had grabbed him by the neck. His eyes were wide open, as if he had seen a ghost. He had indeed seen a ghost, because he saw Zichen. Zichen was glaring coldly at Lin Ying. His icy gaze made it seem as though he was looking at a dead person. Lin Ying was stunned for a moment before she exclaimed in shock. She was completely dumbfounded. The cold Zichen suddenly laughed. That laugh was very strange, like the laughter of a ghost. It was ethereal and gloomy, which made Lin Ying even more could not help but shiver. If it was not for his determination, he would have retreated in horror. After the sneer, Zichen was like a ghost, suddenly flying towards Lin Ying. At this moment, Lin Ying was only looking at Zichen and the strange smile on his face. He did not look at his feet at all, so he thought that Zichen was floating. Ghost! Subconsciously, Lin Ying let out a strange cry and flew to the side. She retreated more than 10 meters in one go. Shwa! As if he had already predicted Lin Ying's move, Zichen sneered and ignored Lin Ying, running out of the valley. The sound of his footsteps on the snow was very obvious, but the frightened Lin Ying did not hear it. He thought that Zichen had floated out. He ran away. He must have gone to find Zhao Ken. Every debt has its debtor. Lin Ying breathed heavily. His heart, which had been in his throat, finally calmed down. Then Lin Ying looked at the snow ginseng. Lin Ying screamed again. The snow ginseng, which was still in the valley, had disappeared without a trace. Do ghosts need to use the snow ginseng to cultivate? Lin Ying's heart sank again. However, at this moment there was a scream outside the valley. Ghost! This was Lin Hao's voice. Then Zhao Ken exclaimed, Zichen, it's you. You're not dead? Zhao Can's words were like a bucket of cold water pouring on Lin Ying's heart. His body trembled again, and only then did he discover the deep footprints on the ground. He didn't float, he walked. Damn it, he didn't die. Lin Ying could not help but roar. Zichen took the snow ginseng. After that, he took a few steps and flew out of the valley. Outside the valley, both Lin Xiong and Zhao Ken were stunned when they saw Zichen. If it was anyone else, they would be stunned to suddenly see a dead person still alive. Thus, while they were stunned, Zichen once again gave the two of them a strange smile and fled into the distance. When the two of them realized it was already too late, Zichen had run dozens of meters away. Then came Lin Ying's roar. The expressions of the two people outside the valley changed abruptly, and they also chased after Zichen. However, at this moment, the two ice bears had turned back. Roar! Roar! Two loud roars were heard. Then the bears' paws hit the two of them fiercely. In desperation, the two of them could only dodge again. Zichen ran nearly 100 meters away from the ice bears. When the two of them got rid of the ice bears, Zichen was already 300 to 400 meters away. Chase! The three of them looked at each other. Their eyes were surprisingly similar at this moment. They were all filled with anger, and then they chased after Zichen. The ice bears returned to the valley and found that the snow ginseng was gone. They roared again and ran out of the valley. After such a long time, the ecstasy powder had completely lost its effect. Chapter 4. Zichen sprinted all the way, leaving deep footprints in the snow. From the start of the chase until now, he had run more than 10 miles, but he was still running. Previously, he could still hear the roars and curses of Zhao, Can, and the others. But after that, he could no longer hear them. Zichen simply used his two legs to leave them, who were at the 4th level of true energy, far behind. After meridian changing and marrow cleansing, although there was no true energy, Zichen's strength was very great. He sprinted all the way without feeling the slightest bit of exhaustion. True energy would be consumed, and after it was consumed, it could only be slowly recovered. However, he was not afraid of consuming his strength, and he could quickly recover it in a short period of time. In the snow, there were 2 deep footprints. Zhao Can and the others could find Ziqin just by looking at the footprints. What the hell is going on with Ziqin? How is he not dead? Lining could not help but sigh. They were not ordinary people. They were all cultivators and martial artists. Naturally, they could distinguish between life and death. Ziqin was indeed dead before, but now Ziqin was alive. He is lucky that he is not dead, but this time he will definitely die. Zhao Can's face was gloomy as he said coldly. Even he did not know what was going on with Ziqin, and how he could come back from the dead. This damn Ziqin, without any true energy, he is still so fast. Damn it, if I catch him, I will kill him with my own hands, and then watch from the side to see if he dies. Lin, how cursed angrily. Suddenly, Lining frowned and said, "Look at the footprints on the ground. Ziqin does not have an ounce of true energy. Although he did not die, abdomen is really crippled. But why did he snatch the snow ginseng? Could it be that the snow ginseng can restore his abdomen?" Idiot! Zhao Can, with a gloomy face, could not help but roll his eyes and ridicule. Zhao Can, I am warning you, be polite when you talk to us brothers. Zhao Can's ridicule made Lin how angry. Humph! Zhao Can coldly snorted and said, sarcastically, "Snow ginseng is just a kind of spirit medicine that can only help people break through. It can't repair abdomen at all. Even 1,000-year-old snow ginseng can't repair abdomen, let alone 500 years. What do you mean?" Lining stared at Zhao Can. What I mean is that if we capture Ziqin, he will definitely die. If he directly swallows the snow ginseng, he will also definitely die. So, no matter what, Ziqin must die. Zhao Can's eyes flashed with dense killing intent. Die? How can we die? We can't even catch him now. Lin how rolled his eyes. We can't catch him now, but he can't run away either. Without true qi and without food, how far can he run? Zhao Can mocked. Zhao Can's analysis was very reasonable, but he did not understand Ziqin's fortuitous encounter. He also did not know that although Ziqin did not have true qi, he was definitely not an ordinary person. After going through meridian tendon changing and marrow cleansing, his body was now terrifyingly strong. Now, the distance between Ziqin and them had increased from 100 meters to a few miles, and this distance was still increasing. Don't rest. Eat and chase at the same time. Zhao Can took out some dry food and said coldly. Ziqin did not have any food. He ran all the way and felt thirsty and hungry. He could only grab a handful of snowballs and gulp them down. Night came quickly. There was no moon or stars tonight, but there was white snow on the ground, so the originally dark night could still see a few 100 meters away. But compared to daytime, night vision was still very unclear. Thus, when night fell, Ziqin found a cave, but he did not enter. When he was still a few dozen meters away from the cave, he suddenly stopped and walked to the other side. After walking for a few dozen meters, he walked back step by step, retreating a few 100 meters from the original path. Because he was retreating, the footprints on the ground were slightly larger, but it was not obvious in the night. Seeing these slightly larger footprints, Ziqin sneered and ran in another direction. But this time, Ziqin was clearly a lot more careful. He took a step, squatted down, and used the snow beside him to carefully cover his footprints. The heavy snow was still falling, and this saved Ziqin a lot of effort. He only needed to cover it slightly, and then the snow would completely cover the footprints. In this way, although Ziqin's speed was very slow, he was able to smoothly shake off their pursuit. Ziqin walked slowly until he went around 2 mountains. Only then did he start to speed up, no longer paying attention to the footprints behind him. After grabbing a few handfuls of snow and stuffing them into his mouth, Ziqin started to run again. This time, Ziqin ran with all his might and did not hesitate to use up all his energy. He ran for a few dozen miles before stopping, panting heavily. At night, Zhao Can and the rest did not rest, and continued to follow the footprints to chase after Zichen. They only reached the outside of the cave after midnight. The footprints on the ground were very shallow, and only some uneven areas could be seen occasionally. The footprints are covered by the snow. We have to speed up. Seeing that there were no footprints in front, Lin Hao frowned and said. Then he increased his speed and chased forward. Idiot! A mocking smile appeared on Zhao Can's face as he cursed in his heart. Since Lin Hao had warned him, he did not dare to openly mock him. He could only do it in secret. After cursing in his heart, Zhao Can stood in the same spot and said indifferently, "The footprints are gone, but it does not mean that they are covered by the snow." Lin and Lin Hao stopped and looked at Zhao Can in confusion. Zichen is very smart. He knows how to use the snow to his advantage. The footprints are gone here, and we have been chasing after him. Naturally, we will think that the footprints are covered by the snow and move forward. If we think that way, we will not be able to find him. Why? The footprints disappeared in this direction. Could it be that Zichen is not in front? The two asked doubtfully. I have known Zichen for a long time. His tricks are good in front of others, but in front of me he is not good enough. Zhao Can sneered. After rushing for a day and a night without food, he ran for a few dozen miles. He has long run out of energy, so he purposely created this illusion. If I am not wrong, Zichen must be here now. Zhao Can turned around and pointed to a dark cave dozens of meters away, which was covered by the snow. Here, the two of them stared blankly for a moment, clearly bewildered. They then turned around and walked towards the cave. Zhao Can walked slowly, and he was very confident in his judgment. Is he really here? The two still could not believe it. You can see whether he is here or not. With my understanding of him, there is a 90% chance that he is here. With a cold snort, Zhao Can confidently said to the cave, Zichen, come out, you have nowhere to go. Dozens of miles away, Zichen was breathing heavily, leaning against a mountain wall to rest. Zhao Can is suspicious by nature. He will definitely think that I am in that cave, but I can't fool him for too long. At most half a day, they will catch up. I have to quickly refine the snow ginseng. Zichen was breathing heavily, and he grabbed 2 snowballs from the side and stuffed them into his mouth. Now he was very hungry, and his stomach was full of snow water. When dawn came, Zichen had already adjusted his mood and took out the snow ginseng from his arms. A 500-year-old snow ginseng, if used to refine medicine, could naturally refine a lot of true qi pills. Even if it was a normal exchange, it could be exchanged for 5 pills. But now, other than swallowing it, Zichen had no other choice. Whether or not I can restore abdomen, I have to try. Even if I can't restore it, the increase in strength is good, and I will not be chased to death by them. Zichen made up his mind and put all his eggs in one basket. Zichen directly put the snow ginseng, which was the size of a baby's arm, into his mouth. With a crunch, the snow ginseng was bitten open, and a cool, sweet liquid like ice water flowed down his throat and into Zichen's stomach. The snow ginseng had old skin on the outside, but the inside was sweet juice. When the juice of the snow ginseng entered his stomach, an extremely pure energy appeared from his stomach and spread to his limbs and bones. The skin of the snow ginseng is also good stuff, at least it can make me hungry. After drinking the juice of the snow ginseng, Zichen put the shriveled snow ginseng in his mouth and chewed hard. With a crunching sound, the snow ginseng was ground into pieces and swallowed. The energy in his stomach began to roll. Zichen closed his eyes and sat cross-legged, adjusting his breathing, and began to circulate the thunder reshaping technique. This was a technique that focused on tempering the body, and all the energy had to pass through the heart when it went through a cycle. This was also a meridian that Zichen had never opened. But with the circulation of the thunder reshaping technique, the energy smoothly passed through when it reached the heart. In addition, Zichen also found that the energy did not pass through the heart, but the heart automatically absorbed the energy. What's going on? Zichen opened his eyes, and his expression became very strange. The energy contained in a 500-year-old snow ginseng was very terrifying. If it was not for the imminent danger, and there was no other way, Zichen would definitely not have swallowed the snow ginseng rashly. But now, after the energy of the snow ginseng entered his heart, it was like a clay ox entering the sea, disappearing without a trace, and not even the slightest ripple appeared. It was as if a powerful energy had entered a bottomless pit. Not to mention a cycle, the energy of the snow ginseng had disappeared before even half a cycle was completed. Where did the energy of the snow ginseng go? Zichen's expression was strange and puzzled. But in the next moment, Zichen's heart suddenly jumped, and then a pure silver energy suddenly appeared from his heart, rushing to his limbs and bones, rushing to every part of his body. At the same time, an even purer energy passed through Zichen's meridians and poured into Zichen's abdomen. This energy was extremely pure. Its body emitted streaks of silver light. It looked very much like lightning energy. However, this energy was too vast. It far surpassed the energy of the snow ginseng. After this energy entered abdomen, it rushed to the surroundings of abdomen. At the same time, Zichen's broken abdomen, which was full of holes, began to repair under this silver energy. Abdomen was repairing. Under Zichen's stunned gaze, a miracle was unfolding. Chapter 5. At this moment, Zichen was completely focused on the changes in his dantian. His expression was both excited and ecstatic, so much so that he neglected the changes in his body. The energy gushing out of his heart was like fresh blood, flowing to every corner of Zichen's body. His blood, bones, marrow, skin, and every part of his body was undergoing a metamorphosis due to this energy. If the energy of the snow ginseng had been absorbed by his heart before, then the heart was now giving back after taking it. This return was far greater than what it had absorbed. In fact, it was more than 10 times the cost. A 500-year-old snow ginseng had cost the heart the same amount of pure energy as a 5,000-year-old snow ginseng. Less than 10% of this energy had entered his bones, while the remaining 90% had entered Zichen's body and started to repair abdomen. Zichen's body was transforming, while abdomen was repairing itself. This was another good fortune after the previous great fortune. The cause of all this was naturally the silver ball in Zichen's heart. All the energy had been released by the ball. The fact that the damaged abdomen could be repaired wasn't because the snow ginseng was amazing, but because the ball had consumed almost all of its silver energy. The silver ball had even become somewhat transparent. The cold wind gradually stopped, and the snow that had filled the sky dissipated. Although the ground was still covered in snow, a ray of sunlight shone down from the sky. In this cold winter, a sunny day was considered good weather. When the weather was good, a person's mood would often be very good. Zichen was currently in a very good mood. His shattered dantian had unexpectedly recovered. Although his strength had not recovered to its peak, and he was only a little guy who had not even reached the first level of Zhenqi, Zichen was very happy to be able to store Zhenqi. In addition, Zichen was also happy that his body had become more powerful. This was the first time he had cultivated the sky thunder reshaping technique, and his physique had risen to a very high level. Its degree of toughness didn't seem to be any weaker than that of a 4th-grade dire beast. Although the snow ginseng's energy had been completely digested, Zichen didn't feel hungry at all. Instead, he felt full of energy. Half a day had passed, and the sun had already risen to the highest position in the sky. It seemed that the pursuers were about to arrive. After carefully erasing his footprints, Zichen hid behind a large rock. Since he knew Zhaoqin very well, Zichen knew that the other party would soon catch up with him. Regardless of whether it was for the snow ginseng or for himself, he would chase after him, kill him, and take the snow ginseng. Time passed minute by minute, second by second. Even though the sun was shining brightly, Zi-Chin could still feel the coldness in the air. Finally, after an hour of waiting, Zi-Chin heard a sound. That damned bastard. If I catch him, I'll skin him alive. Lin Hao's voice was the first to ring out. Lin Hao walked at the very front, cursing and swearing. His clothes were torn and there were bloodstains on his body, as if he had just fought a great battle. Next to him was Lining, who was also in a sorry state. At this moment, her face was filled with anger. Last was the gloomy Zhao Ken. His clothes were relatively intact. Last night he had miscalculated. After shouting a few times outside the cave, there was no response, so he let Lin Hao go in. Unexpectedly, he didn't see Zi-Chin. Instead, he saw a giant snake that was in deep sleep. Level 4 vicious beast, blood python. Lin Hao let out a strange cry and quickly ran out. However, he still alarmed the blood python. In the middle of the night, in this valley, the three of them fought fiercely with the blood python. Although they were lucky enough to kill the blood python, the three of them were injured. Their clothes were tattered, and Lin Hao suffered serious internal injuries. It's all your fault. You were so confident that you knew Zi-Chin so well. Now you've fallen into his trap. The injured Lin Hao's heart was filled with resentment. Since he didn't see Zi-Chin, he naturally vented his resentment on Zhao Ken. As for the latter, because of his miscalculation, he could only endure it. Even though he had endured for half the night. They're injured. I think there must be a vicious beast in the cave. Lin Hao's injuries are the most serious. I can deal with him first. It's easier to catch him off guard. Zi-Chen hid in the distance, watching carefully. At the same time, he was calculating everything. Seeing Lin Hao's pale face and messy footsteps, he made a decision. He calculated the route of the three of them and slowly moved to the other side of the big rock. People like you, other than playing tricks and attacking from behind, you are useless. I really don't know what makes you worthy of being friends. Because of Zhao Can's self-confidence, Lin Hao was injured. Hence, he kept on cursing along the way. Enough, Lin Hao. Shut your stinky mouth. After enduring for half the night, it seemed that he had reached his limit. Zhao Can finally couldn't take it anymore and shouted at Lin Hao. At this moment, the three of them had reached the big rock where Zi-Chan was. The distance between them was less than 10 meters. Zi-Chin seemed to be very careful. His eyes were fixed on Lin Hao, ready to kill him in one blow. Lin Hao didn't notice at all. When he heard Zhao Can's rebuttal, he turned his head and glared at Zhao Can. What did you say? Do you dare to? Before Lin Hao finished his words, he saw Zhao Can's face change. At the same time, his elder brother Lin Ying's face also changed. Just as he was wondering what was going on, he suddenly felt a gust of wind behind him. Then a slender and fair hand suddenly appeared in front of him from behind and grabbed his head. Kacha! A soft sound of a neck breaking was heard. Lin Hao's eyes widened and he knelt on the ground. Lin Hao's life force dissipated. Lin Hao was already dead. His previous turn gave Zi-Chin a very good opportunity to attack. Zi-Chin, it's you. Go to hell. Just at this moment, two cold voices sounded out. Then, the two figures flickered and used third-rate footwork. Holding weapons, they charged towards Zi-Chin. Puff! Puff! Sword light flashed and two soft sounds were heard. Zi-Chin had already retreated a few meters away. At this moment, he was holding a bag in his hand. On his right arm, there was a wound that was half a finger long. Blood was flowing out from the wound. At the same time, he felt a sharp pain in his left shoulder. It was also pierced by a sharp weapon. Just a moment ago, Zi-Chin attacked and successfully killed Lin Hao. But if he retreated, Zi-Chin would definitely be unharmed. But he took a fancy to the food in Lin Hao's bag and took it. In a moment of delay, Zi-Chin's body had two more wounds. What? How is this possible? In one blow, Zi-Chin was already injured. But Zhao Can and Lin Ying's eyes were wide open. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Although the two of them did not dare to say that their attack was at full strength, but it was at least 80% of their strength. With such a blow, not to mention that Zichen was an ordinary person. Even if it was a level 4 true energy realm cultivator, his arm would be cut off and his left shoulder would be pierced. Even a level 4 vicious beast would be injured. But Zichen was only lightly injured. This kind of body constitution was really terrifying. Humph! Without stopping, just as the two of them were stunned, Zichen picked up the bag and started to run again. Now, the two of them were already on guard. Relying on the unstable strength of a level 1 true energy realm cultivator, he naturally could not kill them. Ah, Zichen, you killed my brother. I will kill you. Lin Ying's roar sounded. Then, Lin Ying held a long knife and rushed in the direction of Zichen's escape. Zhao Can's face was gloomy, but he also followed. Another chase began, but this time Zichen, who had food, took the initiative. He kept going deeper and deeper, and his speed was very fast. Relying on his tough body constitution, he had already left the two of them far behind. It seems that my guess was right. The toughness of this body is comparable to that of a level 4 vicious beast. After this battle, Zichen was very satisfied with the condition of his body, but he still wondered why he had undergone such a big change. And what was the energy that emerged from his heart? All of this was still a mystery to Zichen. The three of them were chasing after Abdomen and Zichen, who was crippled, but one of them was killed. Zhao Can's face was gloomy. As for the death of her brother, Lin Ying did not say a word. Her eyes were red, and she was determined to kill Zichen. Neither of them gave up. One wanted revenge, and the other wanted to kill Zichen. Night came quietly again. Zichen had not slept for several days and nights, but he was not sleepy at all. Instead, he was very energetic. In these few days and nights, he had experienced life and death and two great opportunities. Even if he wanted to sleep, he could not. After putting some distance between them, Zichen began to practice the heavenly thunder reshaping technique. The surrounding spiritual chi of heaven and earth rushed madly toward Zichen. After entering his meridians and running a small cycle, it would enter his heart. Just like before, his heart would absorb the spiritual chi, but then it would refine a purer spiritual chi with thunder and lightning, like blood, and transmit it to all parts of his body, including abdomen. After 2 hours, Zichen opened his eyes. There was a touch of ecstasy in his bright eyes. Abdomen's broken body had been repaired, but his strength was gone. There was not a drop of level 4 genuine chi left. Everything had to start from the beginning. But after only 2 hours of cultivation, Zichen found that he had already reached the first level of true chi. Furthermore, he had already stabilized this level. If he had enough time, he would be able to break through again and reach the peak of the first level of true chi in just a few more hours. Zichen was confident that he would be able to reach the pinnacle of the true chi realm in less than a day. Previously, when he first started cultivating, it took him a total of 3 months. 3 months in the past was compared to 1 day now. Zichen's practice speed was terrifying. With food, abdomen had recovered, and his strength was improving at a terrifying speed. Zichen was ready to fight a protracted battle. He ate some dry food and continued to run. Then he widened the distance and practiced for another 2 hours. Chapter 6. Time passed, and Zichen had not appeared for 2 days. Zhao Can had a bad feeling in his heart. He wanted to retreat, but when he thought about how he would be questioned by Wang Xiong when he returned, he couldn't help but shiver. Compared to Wang Xiong, Zhao Can was more willing to face Zichen. He did not know that the snow ginseng had been eaten by Zichen. Lin, Hao was Lin Ying's younger brother. People in this world were not as bad as Zhao Can said. At the very least, Lin Ying was very good to Lin Hao. The two of them cultivated together, joined the Nimbus martial ancestors' outer sect together, and dreamed of entering the inner sect together. This time, Lin Hao was suddenly killed. Linning was determined to take revenge. Even if she had to chase him to the ends of the earth, she would kill Zichen. Of course, all of this was under the premise that they did not know that Zichen had already eaten the snow ginseng and restored abdomen. Moreover, his strength was terrifyingly strong. On the third day, snow began to fall from the sky again. Large snowflakes fell from the sky. Zichen sat cross-legged behind a large rock. The heavenly lightning body tempering art was constantly circulating. The surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth quickly gathered towards Zichen. It was like a stream flowing through his pores and into his meridians. After half a cycle, the energy was once again absorbed by his heart. Zichen was already used to such a scene. The energy absorbed by his heart was not very pure, but the energy given in return was terrifyingly pure. A silver energy was fed back from the ball in his heart. It flowed into his blood, skin, bones, and abdomen. Within abdomen, Zichen's true qi from the heavenly lightning body tempering art stopped there. This was a silver true qi. Within the true qi, there were inconspicuous flashes of lightning. A pure energy flowed into abdomen. The whole abdomen trembled slightly. Then, the silver energy began to surge. Wang! Abdomen trembled. The silver energy was undergoing a transformation. Zichen opened his eyes, and a snowflake fell from his eyelashes. Zichen's eyes were filled with joy. I broke through to the second level of true qi in only 2 days. In just 2 days, Zichen had broken through again. After his fortuitous encounter, his talent was terrifyingly high. Even those inner disciples couldn't compare to him. Only those monstrous core disciples could be so terrifying. Second stage true qi is equivalent to the constitution of a 4th grade vicious beast. It's time to settle the score. Zichen was ecstatic, but a cold light flashed in his eyes. Killing intent filled the air from the bottom of his heart. In the snow, Zhao Can and Linning were hurrying along. It's been almost 3 days, but there's still no sign of Zichen. The falling snow was incomparably cold. At this moment, Zhao Can's heart seemed to have turned cold as well. He could not help but sigh softly. What do you want to say? Linning turned around and stared coldly at Zhao Can. Zhao Can's face had a touch of bitterness as he said, "What I mean is, we might as well retreat first. When we reach the sect, we will think of a way to deal with Zichen." Linning coldly said, "Do you think I'm stupid? A crippled person like Abdomen would still return to the sect? If you want to go back by yourself. I will definitely kill Zichen and avenge my brother." Zhao Can pursed his lips. He wanted to say something, but he held back. You don't need to say anything. I already know what you want to say." Lin Ying's eyes had a touch of ridicule. "In your eyes, brothers are only used for betrayal. But in my heart, brothers are brothers. We will treat each other with all sincerity." Zhao Can did not speak. The two of them had different views. For Zhao Can, except for himself, he could give up everything as long as it was beneficial. However, he now knew that if he continued to search like this, the two of them would run out of food. Moreover, the day of the inner sect assessment was not far away. He had to find a way to get a true Qi Dan so that he could break through and smoothly enter the inner sect. Zhao Can already had the intention to retreat, but in an instant, a sense of danger emerged from the bottom of his heart. Once again, a strong wind appeared behind him. Go to hell! After the incident with Lin Hao, they were a lot more careful. Even if they were talking, they did not let down their guard. A strong wind appeared behind him. Zhao Can angrily shouted. In an instant, the short dagger in his hand was unsheathed and fiercely stabbed behind him. Pum! A dull sound appeared. Zhao Can felt that he had hit a wall. His body could not help but fly backwards. As he flew backwards, he saw that Zichen was retracting his fist. In the previous attack, The short dagger had hit Zichen's fist. However, it had only scratched his opponent's arm and did not cut off his fingers. Zhao Can's heart sank to the bottom. Zichen's strong body made him extremely wary. "Zichen, give me your life!" Lining shouted. With a swoosh, he unsheathed his long blade. The blade flashed and chopped towards Zichen. In the Tianwu continent, the true Qi realm was divided into 10 levels. Battle skills were divided into 3 levels: third rate, second rate, and first rate. At present, whether it was Zichen or Zhao Ken, they only knew third-rate battle skills. Third-rate battle skill, wind-splitting blade. Once the blade style was used, it was like a tiger splitting the wind and cutting the waves. It was strong and brave. Like a gust of wind, the blade appeared in front of Zichen. Under such an attack, Zichen had no choice but to retreat. Lin Ying's sneak attack did not succeed. Lin Ying desperately attacked Zichen. At this moment, a sharp cold light appeared from the other side. It was Zhao Can. He wanted to seize the opportunity to kill Zichen. Zichen's eyes were full of killing intent. He resisted Lin Ying's blade and avoided Zhao Can's attack. After that, he attacked Zhao Can's heart. Bang! With a dull sound, a line of blood appeared in the air. Zhao Can was once again sent flying. However, there were 3 more wounds on Zichen's body. Blood flowed out from them. After this attack, Zhao Can did not die. He was only injured. Zichen was about to step forward, but was blocked by the blade. Lin Ying once again launched a fierce attack. Roar! The fierce fist wind was like a tiger's roar. Zichen also used the third-rate battle skill, Ferocious Tiger Fist, against the blade light. Bang! Bang! Fierce collision sounds were heard again and again. What? You actually used your true Qi? Your abdomen has recovered? Lin Ying was shocked and could not help but exclaim. Zichen did not say a word. He continuously used the 3 moves of Ferocious Tiger Fist. Ferocious Tiger descending the mountain, Ferocious Tiger roaring, Ferocious Tiger pouncing on its prey. The swift and fierce attack carried with it a sense of vigor and vigor. Kill, we must kill him. Otherwise, we will be the ones to die. Zhao Can stood up from a distance. He took a deep breath and rushed forward with a dagger. Zichen's resurrection was one thing, but now even abdomen had recovered. This made Zhao Can feel a sense of crisis. He must kill Zichen today. Hearing Zhao Can's words, Lin Ying's blade changed again. It became fiercer and more ruthless. During this time, Zichen desperately blocked 2 more attacks from Lin Ying in order to kill Zhao Can. Now, there were several wounds on his body. However, Zhao Can was as slippery as a fish. He only swam in the distance and did not confront Zichen directly. Puff! There was a flash of blood. A wound appeared on Zichen's chest. At the same time, 2 wounds appeared on his arms. Zichen was at a disadvantage. If it were not for his physique that was comparable to a berserk beast, he would have died several times. In desperation, Zichen could only give up on Zhao Can die. There was a murderous look in his eyes. All the true Qi in his body surged. Zichen rushed towards Lin Ying. Die. Lin Ying was also crazy. The long blade in her hand slashed down from the sky. The blade flashed and arrived above Zichen's head. However, at this moment, Zichen reached out with lightning speed and used his 5 fingers to catch the falling blade. Puff! The blade stopped in the air. Red blood flowed from Zichen's palm. Relying on his strong body, Zichen, who was at level 2 true Qi, blocked the attack of Lin Ying, who was at level 4 true Qi. What? Lin Ying's face suddenly changed. She wanted to withdraw the long blade in her hand, but suddenly found that the long blade seemed to be fixed in Zichen's hand. It could not move. At this moment, Lin Ying saw Zichen's eyes. Because of the injury, there was a hint of madness. Zichen clenched his right hand into a fist and used the roar of the fierce tiger. There seemed to be the roar of a fierce tiger in her ear. Then there was a strong wind. Zichen punched towards Lin Ying's head. Pow! Such a powerful punch could be said to be Zichen's full-strength attack. In an instant, a head was separated from the body. Zichen's full-strength attack had actually sent Lin Ying's head flying. Puff! Zichen felt a sharp pain in his back. After he had killed Lin Ying, Zhao Can had seized the opportunity to strike him in the back. Such an attack almost pierced through Zichen's skin and into his back. Waves of pain almost caused Zichen to faint. The sneak attack this time had clearly ended in failure. The blow just now consumed all of his qi. Zichen had to give up chasing Zhao Can and began to run. There were several wounds on his body. If he did not find a place to heal, he was afraid that he would die from excessive blood loss. Zichen ran away once again, but Zhao Can didn't chase after him immediately. His injuries were not light. Just after Zichen left, he spat out a mouthful of blood and sat directly on the ground. He could only watch as Zichen ran away. Damn it, if I don't kill you today, my name is not Zhao Can. Looking at Zichen, who was about to disappear at the end of his sight, Zhao Can let out an unwilling roar. He sat down cross-legged and began to circulate his qi for a full 15 minutes. After 15 minutes, Zhao Can finally suppressed his injured body and followed the bloodstains on the ground in the direction Zichen had fled in. Zichen was seriously injured and definitely did not have the strength to fight again. Now he might have lost too much blood and fainted. Zhao Can would not let go of this opportunity. The current Zichen was indeed not in a good condition. In the previous battle, he was like a fierce beast. All he relied on was his own body. But after all, he did not have a strong physique like a fierce beast. Now, several wounds on his body began to bleed. Because of excessive blood loss, Zichen felt that his vision was blurred. His clothes had long been soaked in blood. Zichen miscalculated. He did have the physique of a fierce beast, but he did not have as much blood as a fierce beast. He could not withstand such a rapid loss of blood. Running all the way, the wounds that were about to heal burst open again because of the movement. Pum! Finally, Zichen felt his vision go black and fell to the ground. Chapter 7. Zichen fell to the ground. He had already reached the limit of his life. It was only by relying on his strong willpower that he managed to keep himself from fainting. Wow! He had lost too much blood and was on the verge of death. His heart seemed to be about to stop beating. However, at this moment, Zichen's heart suddenly jumped. Then a thick silver energy appeared from his heart and rushed to his limbs and bones. This energy passed through his limbs and bones, through his blood, and poured into every part of Zichen's body. Under this energy, the wounds on Zichen's body began to shrink and heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was as if he had eaten a miracle elixir. The wounds first stopped bleeding and then began to scab over. All of this happened in just a few breaths of time. After a few breaths of time, the scabs that had just formed began to loosen. The scabs instantly fell off, revealing the smooth and delicate skin underneath. Sure enough, the wounds instantly healed. Although Zichen's face was still pale, he was much more spirited. Looking at the scars that would fall off with a touch, Zichen's eyes flashed with a bright light. The silver energy was everywhere. Zichen had once again escaped disaster. After carefully covering his tracks, Zichen pretended to stagger and quickly ran forward. He knew that Zhao Can must still be chasing after him. Although his injuries had healed, his true energy had not yet recovered. At this moment, Zichen was still very weak. Even if he faced an injured Zhao Can, he might not be able to win. Therefore, he needed to find a place to rest. After circling around a mountain, he found a relatively secluded place. Zichen began to meditate and cultivate. There was not much time left for him. Therefore, Zichen needed to quickly recover his strength. The heavenly thunder body tempering art was automatically operating. The surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathered towards Zichen. At this moment, Zichen had entered a state of emptiness. He felt as if he had become the energy of heaven and earth. He became ethereal and empty like a drifting soul. Then he floated and arrived in a strange space. This was a white and silver space. The space was filled with silver lightning energy. Other than that, there was nothing else here. It seemed very empty. Where is this place? Just as Zichen was feeling puzzled, the lightning energy in the silver space suddenly surged. A huge vortex appeared and began to devour the surrounding lightning energy. Zichen retreated quickly, avoiding the vortex. His eyes were fixed on the vortex. The vortex only lasted for 3 breaths of time. After 3 breaths of time, the vortex disappeared and the space of lightning returned to normal. However, there was an additional figure at the place where the vortex had appeared. It was a figure whose body was emitting lightning. The other party was only 16 or 17 years old and looked like a youth. However, this youth had lightning surging around him. His pair of cold eyes were as sharp as lightning. This was a lightning youth. Zichen's eyes widened as he stared at the lightning youth in front of him in disbelief. The lightning youth looked exactly like him. How is that possible? Zichen's eyes widened and were filled with horror. When the lightning youth saw Zichen, there seemed to be a slight fluctuation in his cold eyes. However, that was all. After that, the lightning youth stood in place and clenched his fists. The lightning around him began to surge. Vaguely, the figure of a fierce tiger seemed to appear from the lightning youth's body. His cold eyes closed slightly and opened in an instant. Then he suddenly punched forward with both fists. Roar! A tiger's roar resounded. Zichen seemed to see a fierce tiger running towards him when his opponent punched. Third-rate battle skill, Ferocious Tiger Fist. The first killing move, Ferocious Tiger descends the mountain. The ferocious tiger descended from the mountain, bringing with it a sharp aura and the aura of a king as it rushed towards Zichen. In the process, the lightning youth threw out a second punch, the ferocious tiger roar. A tiger's roar shook the forest. The roar represented the king of the forest, defending his territory. At this moment, after the roar, the tiger's aura had climbed to the peak. He had become a true king. The first 2 moves were only the beginning of the killing move. The third move of the ferocious tiger fist, ferocious tiger pounces on its prey, was the final attack and also the strongest attack. After the king's aura had climbed to the peak, Zichen saw the king of the forest leaping towards him. He opened his bloody mouth and extended his cold, sharp claws towards him. After that, Zichen's eyes were filled with a silver light. His entire body was swallowed by the silver light. When his consciousness returned, Zichen's face was pale. He suddenly opened his eyes. There was fatigue in his eyes, but after the fatigue there was shock. Ferocious Tiger Fist. It's actually the true meaning of the Ferocious Tiger Fist. Who is that lightning youth? Where is that silver space? Zichen was extremely shocked. The lightning youth had only used 3 moves, but he had summarized the true meaning of the Ferocious Tiger Fist. In that instant, what Zichen saw was not an ordinary fist technique, but a true tiger, a true king of the forest. The Ferocious Tiger Fist walked the path of strength and fierceness. Zichen had thought that he was already familiar with these 3 moves and could even use them in reverse. However, when he saw the lightning youth's move this time, Zichen realized how laughable his previous thoughts were. The Ferocious Tiger Fist only had 3 moves. Each move focused more on the change of momentum than the last. The third move was a combination of the first 2 moves. Only then could the third move, Ferocious Tiger pounces on its prey. If it were to be used in reverse, it would simply be ridiculous. It was also the first time that Zichen had truly understood that there was a true meaning to a battle technique. Unconsciously, Zichen stood up. He clenched his hands into fists. In his mind, he thought of the lightning youth. The true energy in his body began to surge. In his heart, he thought of the tiger's momentum. He was not in a hurry to make a move. He allowed his momentum to rise. Vaguely, Zichen felt that he had transformed into a ferocious tiger. When this feeling appeared, Zichen used the first move of the ferocious tiger fist. Ferocious tiger descends the mountain. It was domineering and carried the aura of a king. After the first move, the momentum had yet to dissipate. Following that was the second move, ferocious tiger's roar. The tiger's roar shook the forest, and all beasts submitted. The tiger's momentum rose to a peak. At this moment, the third move appeared smoothly. Ferocious tiger pounces on its prey. The final killing move appeared in an instant. It brought with it a sharp aura as it charged forward. Pum! In front of him, Zichen's last punch landed on a large rock. A fist imprint instantly appeared on the large rock. Immediately after, with a fist imprint as the center, small cracks spread out. Finally, with a bang, the large rock shattered into pieces. Did I do this? Looking at the shattered rock in front of him, Zichen's eyes widened. He felt disbelief. When he tried the ferocious tiger fist for the first time, the three moves were not connected. However, when he used the last move, it already had such power. Zichen was overjoyed. From today onwards, he could be considered to have completely given up on the moves. He began to comprehend the true meaning of the moves and went straight to the heart of the battle technique. This move is indeed powerful. However, the consumption is also frightening. I actually used up all of my second level true energy. Zichen shook his head and sighed. However, his eyes were filled with joy. Now that he was at the second level of true energy, his attack power had far surpassed that of when he was at the fourth level of true energy. The combination of his body and battle technique was comparable to the attack of an inner disciple at the fifth level of true energy. Those who survive a great disaster are bound to have good fortune later on. This saying from the ancient times is indeed true. Zichen sighed in his heart. At this moment, he seemed to be able to see a path to becoming a strong martial artist. It doesn't matter who that lightning youth is. It also doesn't matter what kind of place the lightning space is. As long as it is helpful to me, it is good. As for now, it is time to deal with Zhao Ken. Zichen sneered. Killing intent once again appeared in his eyes. Now, it was not Zhao Ken who wanted to kill him. It was him who wanted to kill Zhao Ken. Such a fortuitous encounter. He naturally could not let others know. Zichen finally understood this principle. For 500-year-old snow ginseng, Zhao Ken was willing to kill him. Not to mention such a fortuitous encounter. Although Zichen still did not know what was in his heart, he knew that it was definitely not an ordinary thing. If this kind of thing was revealed, not only would the outer and inner disciples of the Nimbus martial ancestor want to dig out his heart, even the elders and sect leader would likely do the same. With great confidence, Zichen chose to take the initiative to attack. After recovering his true energy at the fastest speed, Zichen went back the way he came. Zhao Ken was already on the verge of collapse. Zichen was simply a monster. After receiving his killing blow, he still did not die. In the previous attack, he even pierced through Zichen's heart, but the latter still did not die. Could it be that his heart is not on the left side? Zhao Ken could not help but frown. It was rumored that some people were born with extraordinary talents. There were also some people whose body structure was very strange. The heart was not on the left side, but on the right side. It is very possible. Next time, I will attack his right chest. Zhao Ken could not help but say. He was still suppressing his injuries. He was determined to catch up to Zichen. However, Zichen was far more tenacious than he had imagined. Until now, he had not fallen. There was not even a trace of blood on the ground. He could only follow the footprints to find him. Zhao Can's heart was bitter, but he did not feel any regret. He only felt anger. Zichen, I will not let you live. Even if you had a fortuitous encounter and were lucky enough to not die and repair abdomen, your strength will not increase by much in just a few days. As long as I kill you, all your fortuitous encounters will be mine. Really? Just as Zhao Ken was muttering to himself, a cold voice suddenly sounded in front of him. Zhao Can's face changed as he looked forward. Zi Chen walked out of the cave. His footsteps made a puffing sound as he stepped on the snow. Chapter 8. Zi Chen's clothes were stained with blood. He seemed to be in a sorry state, but he was full of energy. His eyes were filled with killing intent. In addition to recovering from his injuries, Zhao Ken also discovered that Zi Chen had changed. There was an indescribable aura around him. This aura was actually the same as the aura of many experts. Zhao Can's heart turned cold. When he saw Zi Chen walking over, he subconsciously took a few steps back. He said in a slightly frightened voice, "Zi Chen, what are you doing?" Zi Chen walked over in the snow. He stared at Zhao Can and said coldly, "What do you think I'm doing?" "We're brothers. Are you going to attack a brother?" Zhao Can looked at Zi Chen. Zi Chen's lips curled into a mocking smile. "Brothers are used to betray others when there are benefits. These are your words of wisdom." Zi Chen walked forward step by step. When he saw Zi Chen walking over, Zhao Can felt as if he was looking at an expert. He actually felt that he was no match for him. His expression kept changing as thoughts rose in his mind. Zhao Can said, "Zi Chen, what do you want to let me go?" Zhao Can stopped and no longer retreated. He stared at Zi Chen. Zi Chen shook his head and said coldly, "From the moment your weapon pierced my heart, one of us was destined to die. Either you die or I die. Are you not going to give me a chance? Just like how you attacked me without holding back." Zi Chen said coldly, "However, I can give you a chance to make the first move. Whether you can seize it or not will depend on your luck." "Okay, you said it." A cold light flashed in Zhao Can's eyes. He had already grabbed the short dagger in his hand. At this moment, Zi Chen clenched his fists. His entire body seemed to have entered a mysterious state. An aura similar to that of a king of the forest emitted from Zi Chen's body. Zhao Can felt the pressure. At this moment, Zi Chen was like a mountain. That mountain-like aura made it hard for him to breathe. Zi Chen's aura continued to grow, and the pressure on Zhao Can increased. In the end, that mountain-like aura suddenly transformed into that of a ferocious tiger. At this moment, Zhao Can felt as though he had become prey in the eyes of a ferocious tiger. He could only flee. Not good. If this continues, I won't even have the courage to attack. Zhao Can fiercely bit the tip of his tongue, and a faint taste of blood spread out from his mouth. The piercing pain shook Zhao Can's mind, and the third-rate footwork, flowing cloud steps appeared. Holding a dagger in his hand, he stared at Zi Chen with a fierce tiger aura. Like a poisonous snake, he attacked Zi Chen fiercely. This time, Zhao Can directly attacked Zi Chen's eyes. Third-rate battle skill. Spirit Serpent, sword technique. Under Zi Chen's immense pressure, Zhao Can actually comprehended the true meaning of the Spirit Serpent sword technique the moment he made his move. The short dagger in his hand seemed to transform into a venomous serpent as it viciously attacked the vital parts of the tiger. Zi Chen's eyes flashed with a cold light. Zhao Can's breakthrough surprised him, but his comprehension of the true meaning of a battle skill far surpassed Zhao Can's. Zi Chen crossed his fists and suddenly punched out. The first form of the ferocious tiger fist was displayed. It was ferocious and swift. Immediately after, Zi Chen withdrew his fist, and the aura of a king of the forest appeared. The roar of a tiger shook the forest. This was the second time that Zi Chen had displayed true meaning. The connection between the first and the second form was even more perfect, and the third form was released in an instant. Ferocious tiger pouncing on its prey. Under the force of Zi Chen's fist, Zhao felt as if he was looking at a ferocious tiger charging at him. Its cold, sharp claws were already at his chest, and its bloody mouth was about to reach his head. Such a powerful attack with true meaning directly dispersed the poisonous snake aura that Zhao had just condensed. It was like a fierce tiger dispersing a poisonous snake and pounced on Zhao. After that, Zhao saw an endless silver light rushing towards him, instantly enveloping him. Zichen stood in his original position, motionless. In front of him, Zhao also remained motionless, as if everything that had just happened was just an illusion. Pum! The third-rate weapon in Zhao Can's hand instantly shattered into pieces and fell to the ground. At the same time, the motionless Zhao Can suddenly bled from his 7 orifices, and his body fell backwards. Zhao Can was dead. Looking at the dead Zhao Can on the ground, Zichen's feelings were still very complicated. In just a few days, so many things had happened that Zichen was somewhat unable to adapt. However, after killing Zhao Ken, Zichen had no regrets. Fortunately, all the bad things had come to an end. But was it really over? Of course not. Zichen took Zhao Ken's bag and began to return. There was still some time before the inner sect disciple assessment. During this period of time, Zichen did not plan to return. Although he had killed Zhao Ken with an attack that was equivalent to a true energy level 5 attack, it was only equivalent. His true combat strength was still not comparable to a true energy level 5 inner sect disciple. Not to mention there was still Wang Xiong. Wang Xiong was at true energy level 8 and was very famous among the inner sect disciples. Moreover, he had a second-rate battle skill. Whether it was strength or cultivation method, he was completely superior to Zichen. If Zichen returned now, he would definitely be questioned by Wang Xiong. He would definitely ask about the whereabouts of the 500-year-old snow ginseng, and if he could not answer, Wang Xiong would very likely kill him. Although there was a rule in the sect that the inner sect disciples were prohibited from any form of internal strife and killing each other, Zichen believed that if Wang Xiong killed him, it would not go against the sect's rules. On one hand, besides Wang Xiong's own power, on the other hand, Zichen did not have a strong background and was just a little guy without anyone to rely on. In a pile of rocks sheltered from the wind, Zichen sat cross-legged and quietly cultivated. His consciousness once again entered the silver space. In the silver space, the lightning youth appeared once again. As he clenched his fists, an invisible king's aura appeared. Opposite him, Zichen also clenched his fists. Silver light surged around his body, and the king's aura was emitted. The two looked at each other from a distance. Then their fists interlocked, and they struck out with the ferocious tiger fist. One move after another, they struck out like lightning. Like moving clouds and flowing water, 2 roaring tigers appeared and rushed towards each other. Pum! Within the silver space, there was a sudden explosion. Immediately after, Zichen's ferocious tiger dissipated, while the lightning youth's ferocious tiger charged towards Zichen, dispersing Zichen's illusory body. Zichen opened his eyes. There was a hint of joy in his eyes. Although he was still defeated today, he had comprehended a lot. It had been more than 10 days since Zhao Ken died. In these 10 days, Zichen, other than eating and drinking, practiced the ferocious tiger fist and the lightning body tempering art. Over the past few days of cultivation, his Jinqi had also reached the peak of the 2nd level. He was only 1 step away from the 3rd level of Jinqi. Zichen did not even dare to think about this cultivation speed in the past. My ferocious tiger fist has already reached the Mahayana stage of true meaning. However, it has not reached the stage of heart following the heart. But after seeing it a few more times, I think I will be able to break through and reach heart following the heart. In these 3 days, Zichen had been cultivating. In the silver space, the 2 youths once again faced each other. This time, I will definitely not lose. Looking at the lightning youth, who looked exactly like him, Zichen said confidently. The lightning youth did not speak. He clenched his fists and his aura surged. In an instant, it was as if he had turned into a fierce tiger. If it was before, Zichen would have been shocked. However, in these 10 days he had fought hundreds of battles with his opponent. Zichen was already used to it, because in the next moment his aura also turned into a fierce tiger. Roar! Roar! 2 fierce tiger roars rang out. Even before the moves were made, their auras had already surpassed the first form of the ferocious tiger fist and directly led to the roar of the second form. The auras of the 2 youths were strangely similar. It was as if they were the same person. Their attacks were also at the same time. 2 fierce tigers rushed towards each other. The wind from their fists collided in the air, creating a muffled explosion. The powerful impact caused Zichen to retreat a dozen steps. However, his body did not dissipate. In front of him, the lightning youth who had remained motionless for the past 10 days was also pushed back a dozen steps. Ha! Zichen laughed. His ferocious tiger fist had finally reached the stage of heart following the heart. He could finally execute it perfectly, although it was only a third-rate battle skill. After comprehending true meaning, it was not the slightest bit weaker than a second-rate battle skill. Laughing loudly, Zichen withdrew from the silver space with a thought. In the outside world, Zichen opened his eyes. There was a trace of joy in his eyes. The heavenly lightning body tempering art was automatically circulating and absorbing the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. Suddenly, the joy on Zichen's face turned into ecstasy. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth in the surroundings suddenly surged. Then, with Zichen as the center, it converged from all directions. I'm about to break through. His fist technique had just reached perfection, and his strength had broken through once again. Zichen was truly ecstatic. After the spiritual chi of heaven and earth entered his body, it was absorbed by his heart. After being refined by the silver sphere, it was once again sent out from his heart. His physique was undergoing a change, and so was Abdomen's silver true chi. When the turbulent true chi calmed down, Zichen had already broken through to the 3rd stage of true chi. Abdomen's true chi was filled with pure silver true chi. Occasionally, there was also a trace of lightning flowing through it. Today, with both of them breaking through, Zichen was in a good mood. He was preparing to reward himself, but when he touched the cloth bag, he suddenly realized that the food was gone. Food was the root of everything. Without food, Zichen would not be able to live. But now Zichen could not go back. Therefore, he only needed to make some food. As for what to eat, Zichen had already planned it out a few days ago. He would eat bear meat, bear paws, and ice bear. With my current strength, I should be able to deal with an ice bear. Zichen thought to himself. Chapter 9. Zichen stood quietly outside the valley where the snow ginseng used to grow. He adjusted his mood. He was going to kill a bear today. He was going to kill a level 5 vicious beast. Taking a deep breath, Zichen entered the valley. However, he was surprised to find that there was only one ice bear instead of the 2 from before. Roar! The sleeping ice bear let out another roar. As a level 5 vicious beast, it naturally had keen senses. No matter how careful Zichen was, he was still detected by the ice bear when he approached the valley. The ice bear was over 3 meters tall, and its fur was like steel needles. Its black eyes emitted a cold aura. When it saw Zichen, a human, the ice bear charged towards Zichen. Its fan-like paws swept towards Zichen's face. The ice bear hated humans, so it was definitely going all out in this attack. Good timing. Zichen's eyes lit up as his aura rose. He was like a dormant tiger that could attack at any time. Roar! With a roar, the 3 forms of the ferocious tiger fist were executed. In an instant, Zichen seemed to have turned into a tiger as he pounced towards the ice bear. A tiger and a bear collided head-on. Bang! A dull sound of collision rang out in the valley. When Zichen's fist collided with the ice bear's paw, his body trembled as he involuntarily took a few steps back. The blood in his body churned. Zichen, who was only at level 3 true energy, was actually able to fight an ice bear that was famous for its strength to a draw. This was simply unbelievable. When Zichen retreated a few steps, the ice bear's body swayed as it involuntarily took 2 steps back. There was a trace of surprise in its cold eyes, but it soon became even more furious. The ice bear roared as it charged towards Zichen once again. A gale swept up, scattering the snow on the ground. Roar! The tiger's roar rang out once again as the aura of a king of the forest instantly filled the entire valley. A tiger and a bear. These two overlords began to clash. Muffled thumps resounded throughout the entire valley. All right again. Zichen was once again forced back. There was blood at the corner of his mouth, but his eyes were terrifyingly bright. After several consecutive attacks, his Gen Qi had been exhausted. Up until now, he had been relying on his strong physique to remain undefeated. To be able to compete with a level 5 dire beast in terms of physique, Zichen's body was simply terrifying. Zichen punched out once again, creating a gust of wind. The bear paw fell, creating a huge pressure. Flowing cloud steps. Zichen shifted his feet and dodged the ice bear's attack. His ferocious tiger fist landed on the ice bear's body. Bang! For the first time, the ice bear's huge body was knocked down by Zichen. With a roar, the ice bear stood up again. The two sides clashed head-on, and the battle was extremely intense. During this period, both sides had victories and defeats. 2 hours later, with a roar, the two sides collided once again. Immediately after, Zichen's body flew a dozen meters before falling into the snow. After a full 2 hours of fighting, Zichen was completely exhausted. After the fierce battle with the ice bear, Zichen felt that his physique was stronger than a level 4 dire beast, but weaker than a level 5 dire beast. It was somewhere between level 4 and level 5. Seeing Zichen fly and spit out blood, the ice bear's cold eyes finally moved. It roared at the sky, as if expressing its joy, and then quickly walked towards Zichen. The human was already exhausted and had no more strength to fight. Of course, the ice bear could see that it was time to reap the rewards. Zichen was indeed exhausted and had no more strength to fight. He didn't even have the strength to run away. He had reached the limit of his energy consumption, just like when his life was in danger. However, Zichen's tired eyes didn't show much fear when he saw that the ice bear hadn't come. Instead, there was some hope. Wang. At this moment, Zichen's heart suddenly trembled. A pure silver energy emerged from within. This energy instantly surged towards Zichen's body, like a dry desert suddenly being irrigated by rain. Every part of Zichen's body, including his blood and bones, was absorbing this energy. The energy that Zichen had just expended was instantly restored, as if he had eaten a miracle elixir. This is the fastest way to improve the sky thunder reshaping art. Zichen's eyes lit up. Under the nourishment of this energy, Zichen could feel his body's strength increasing. When his body was exhausted to a limit, he would then absorb the silver energy. This allowed Zichen's strength to increase rapidly. This speed of increase was far faster than when Zichen was meditating. His tired expression was swept away. Zichen's eyes lit up. He jumped up from the ground and shouted, "Again!" Looking at the ice bear in front of him, Zichen felt as if he had seen a rare opponent, a sparring partner. His eyes shone with a green light. Roar! The tiger's roar shook the forest. Zichen was like a ferocious tiger as he rushed towards the ice bear again. As a level 5 dire beast, the ice bear had some intelligence. However, it couldn't understand why a clearly exhausted human would suddenly become energetic again and release an even stronger aura. However, the ice bear was a beast after all. It had its own cruelty. It couldn't figure it out, so it didn't want to think about it. A tiger and a bear fought fiercely again. This time, another 2 hours passed. Zi-Chun gradually gained the upper hand. Although more and more blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, his eyes were very bright. Wang. After exhausting his energy again, Zi-Chen's heart beat again. This time, pure energy entered his body. Zi-Chen felt that his body was undergoing a transformation. This was a transformation of progress and also a transformation of a breakthrough. My body is comparable to a level 5 dire beasts. Zi-Chen's eyes shone brightly. After 4 hours of battle, the ice bear had exhausted a lot of energy and had reached its limit. However, when it saw the exhausted human suddenly become energetic again, it was frightened and wanted to retreat. However, at this time, Zi-Chen's body released an aura comparable to that of a level 5 dire beast. It was as if he had turned into a level 5 tiger. It was abnormally terrifying. The aura of a king made the ice bear's heart tremble. This was the aura of a king from the tiger fist. Roar! With another tiger's roar, Zi-Chen consecutively struck out 3 moves. Like flowing water, they hit the ice bear's body. Pum! There was a dull sound, accompanied by the sound of bones breaking. The 3-meter-tall ice bear's body was actually sent flying by Zi-Chen's punch. With 3 levels of true energy and the body of a level 5 dire beast, Zi-Chen's punch, combined with his strength, was simply terrifying. The ice bear's blood-curdling screeches rang out in the valley. The ice bear, which had already exhausted a lot of energy, was now even more powerless in the face of Zi-Chen's storm-like attacks. Pum! 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 After a few consecutive attacks, the ice bear finally lay on the ground, motionless. No one knew whether it had died from exhaustion or had been beaten to death by Zi-Chen. Now that the ice bear was dead, Zi-Chen sat on the ground, panting heavily. He had actually killed a level 5 dire beast that day. In the past, Zi-Chen would never have dared to think about this. Zi-Chen took out Lin Ying's long knife from afar. True energy surged as Zi-Chen cut off the bear's paw. A large bear was enough for him to eat for a long time. It was not easy to start a fire in this world of ice and snow, but as long as one had the heart, it was not that difficult. Smoke rose in spirals. Zi-Chen began to roast the bear's paw and eat the bear meat in this world of ice and snow. Now that the ice bear was dead, this valley became Zi-Chen's territory. After eating and resting for a while, Zi-Chen took out his long knife and threw away the ice bear's body. He took out a black bear's gallbladder. Bear's gallbladder was a great supplement, and it was also an essential ingredient for refining some special elixirs. It was also very useful for cultivators. Although it was a waste to swallow it directly, Zi-Chen had no other choice. He cut open the bear's gallbladder. Inside, there were small, sparkling round lumps that occasionally glowed with a faint golden light. This is actually a faint golden color. It's really good stuff. Seeing the faint golden lumps in the bear's gallbladder, Zi-Chen was a little surprised. Among bear gallbladders, gold was the best, followed by bronze, black, and dark green. The faint golden color was better than the bronze color. Zi-Chen's luck was pretty good. Without hesitation, he directly swallowed the lumps. A strong, bitter taste spread from his mouth. After the lumps entered his stomach, a faint fragrance filled the air. The heavenly thunder body reshaping incantation was activated again. Zi-Chen began to refine the faint golden bear's gallbladder. A warm, faint golden light appeared in Zi-Chen's body. It flowed along his meridians and began to circulate. After half a circulatory cycle, the energy was completely absorbed by his heart. After escaping death, Zi-Chen found that his heart was like a high-speed filter. As long as the energy of heaven and earth reached it, it would be absorbed, and a pure silver energy would appear. Although Zi-Chen didn't understand why, He knew that it was caused by the fortuitous encounter that day. Perhaps there was something in his heart. However, his strength was only at the true Qi realm, and he didn't have any perception. Perhaps when he reached the Xiantian realm, he would be able to discover the secret of his heart. A moment later, while his heart was trembling, the energy of the bear's gallbladder was completely refined. It was fed back to his limbs and bones, and some of it passed through his meridians and reached abdomen. The heavenly thunder body reshaping incantation focused on tempering the body. Therefore, every time the energy entered the body's bones, it would always exceed the energy entering abdomen. If the energy of the bear's gallbladder was completely refined and entered abdomen, Zichen would definitely be able to recover to the 4th stage of the true Qi realm. He might even be able to reach the peak of the 4th stage. However, more than half of the energy was absorbed by his body. After the energy was completely absorbed, Zichen was only at the peak of the 3rd stage of the true Qi realm. The peak of the 3rd stage of the true Qi realm. It's only been a dozen days. However, Zichen was very satisfied with this. In addition to his strong physique, Zichen had gone from being a crippled abdomen cultivator to the 3rd stage of the true Qi realm in just a dozen days. This speed of growth was simply terrifying. There's still one more ice bear. I must find it. Although I won't kill it, it can be used as a training partner to strengthen my physique. Chapter 10. In the silver space, the lightning youth, who had not appeared for a long time, appeared once again. He still had the same appearance as Zichen, but this time he did not have the aura of a king. Instead, he gave off a misty and illusory feeling. Zichen stood in front of the lightning youth and stared at him without blinking. As the lightning radiance surged around his body, the lightning youth suddenly moved. His movements were as smooth as flowing water. His footwork flickered continuously. It was illusory and ethereal, making it impossible for others to predict where he would appear next. Third-rate footwork, flowing cloud steps. In the past, Zichen had also learned it, so he had already memorized every move. However, now that he saw the lightning youth use it, he realized the difference between them. He had seen it many times, but every time he could not figure it out. A mere third-rate footwork actually made Zichen feel a vast sense of mystery. It had been several days, but he still had not reached the threshold. After another round of careful observation and careful comprehension, Zichen was still unable to grasp the threshold. A third of the huge ice bear had already been eaten. Zichen had already stayed in the valley for more than 10 days. At the same time, he also found the location of another ice bear. Let's try again. Zichen stood up and walked towards the other valley a few miles away. Roar! In the valley, the ice bear saw Zichen as if it had seen an enemy. Its eyes were exceptionally red, and a strong wind blew as the bear's paw whistled toward Zichen. This time, Zichen did not choose to take the initiative to attack. Instead, he chose to dodge using flowing cloud steps. With a soft sound, Zichen's clothes were cut open. Pum! In a moment of carelessness, Zichen was hit by the bear's paw, and his body was sent flying. Due to deliberately learning and comprehending, Zichen was not only not proficient in using flowing cloud steps, but also felt a sense of unfamiliarity with it. On this day, Zichen returned with nothing to show for his efforts. The ice bear could not catch up to Zichen. It let out an angry roar and could only continue to return to the valley. In the blink of an eye, 5 days passed. Within the silver space, Zichen's eyes were wide open as he watched the lightning youth use the flowing cloud steps. But after such a long time, he still hadn't improved. Instead, he had regressed. His usage of the flowing cloud steps had become even more rusty. Feeling anxious, Zichen was in an extremely bad mood. At the same time, he became angry, especially when he saw the lightning youth constantly changing his feet. That kind of speed made Zichen's mood even worse, turning into irritation. Roar! The irritated Chen had anger in his heart. With a tiger's roar, Chen punched out at the lightning youth. This was the strongest punch of the ferocious tiger fist. Back then, Chen had used this punch to kill an ice bear. In his imagination, the lightning youth would definitely be scattered by his fist. However, he didn't expect that just as the fist wind was about to reach him, the youth's figure would suddenly shift, dodging his fist by a hair's breadth. Chen attacked again after his first attack missed. The tiger roared, and the wind was stirred up, bringing with it a large amount of silver energy. Swish! However, the lightning youth once again dodged his attack by a hair's breadth. Chen continuously punched out 4 or 5 times, but he wasn't even able to touch the corner of his opponent's clothes. He was always missing by a hair's breadth, but the lightning youth was dodging his attacks very easily. He even had some strength left. This is Chen's eyes brightened. After several consecutive attacks, he had already awoken from his anger. Although he was still attacking, he was sensing the lightning youth's changes in his footwork. He realized that the other party's every step was a very small distance, holding back his strength. When he changed his move, the other party would also change. The distance he moved was also very small. With the strength he held back, the other party's figure became extremely nimble. That's right. Although every step I took was very big, I was always able to dodge an attack. But I didn't have any strength left. When I was exhausted, I couldn't quickly respond to a second attack. So I wanted to take another step. That way, I would consume a lot of energy, and it wouldn't be consistent. That's why I feel like the more I train, the worse I get. After understanding all of this, Chen's flowing cloud steps naturally improved. It could be considered as a true beginner. Although that big bear's attacks are powerful, its speed is very slow. I can test it out. Thus, Chen once again went to find the ice bear. Roar! In the valley, the ice bear's roar rang out once again. The bear's paw swept over with a gust of wind. However, Chen had only calculated the opponent's attack. His body moved slightly, and he dodged the ice bear's attack. After dodging the attack, Chen still had some strength left. In his eyes, the ice bear's entire body was exposed in front of him. He could attack at any time. Roar! The ice bear roared once again. Then it attacked again. Chen didn't attack, but dodged again and again. Not good. This time, I took half a step too far. Chen cried out in his heart. After that, he was exhausted and was hit by the bear's paw. Fortunately, his body was tough enough to withstand the ice bear's attack. As time passed, the ice and snow in the valley showed signs of melting. Snow had not appeared in the sky for a long time. The ice bear's attacks were getting fiercer and fiercer. Occasionally, there would be a few beastly roars in the huge forest. Spring was coming. In the entire valley, except for some places that were still cold, there were already signs of spring in other places. Spring is coming. In front of Chen, there was a huge ice bear. There was only a pile of bones left, and there wasn't much meat left. He had already stayed here for several months. Spring is coming. The inner disciple examination is about to begin. Looks like it's time to leave. Chen muttered. Time passed quickly in the valley. Chen actually liked the carefree days by himself. He really didn't want to go back. However, there was no more food, and there were no more resources for cultivation. Chen had to go back. Therefore, Chen walked out of the valley and came to another valley. In the valley, he saw the angry ice bear again. Come, it's the last battle. Chen's eyes flashed with a trace of fighting spirit. He then made a provocative gesture towards the ice bear. Roar! The ice bear was furious. It roared and charged again. This time it was faster. The wind was louder. The ice bear was no longer sluggish and had become more agile. Although spring was coming, there was another reason. It often sparred with Chen. When Chen found the ice bear as a sparring partner, the ice bear would also improve. The ice bear's attacks were fierce and powerful. However, Zichen seemed to be relaxed. Every step he took was like flowing water. Although the movement of each step was very short, he was always able to dodge the ice bear's attack by a hair's breadth. The ice bear was puzzled. Normally, it would be able to brush past the corner of the other party's clothes. However, today it couldn't touch the other party. The other party was clearly in front of it and was very close to it, but it couldn't touch the other party. Today I'm going to leave. Before I leave, I'll let you see the strongest attack I've recently comprehended. Zichen smiled faintly. Suddenly, the aura of a king appeared around him. Zichen was preparing to use the ferocious tiger fist. Roar! The ice bear felt a sense of danger. With a roar, it slammed its paw towards Zichen's head. At this moment, the aura of a king on Zichen's body changed again. It became like flowing water, illusory and ethereal. Whoosh! Zichen tapped his foot and dodged the ice bear's attack. He looked like an agile tiger. While possessing the majesty of a king, he also seemed as light as a swallow. In the past few months, Zichen had already fused the ferocious tiger fist and the flowing cloud steps together. This caused the firm and fierce ferocious tiger fist to have a trace of flexibility. Zichen was like a nimble tiger. After dodging the first attack, he immediately launched a fatal attack. The aura of a king instantly erupted from his body as Zichen threw out a ferocious punch. Pum! The ice bear's body was sent flying backwards. It had been defeated by Zichen in one strike. At the crucial moment, Zichen had naturally held back. Otherwise, his punch would have definitely been able to kill it. However, Zichen didn't kill it. In any case, the ice bear had been his sparring partner for several months. His success was naturally due to the ice bear's help. Therefore, Zichen left in a carefree manner, taking with him the little food left on the other ice bear. The ice bear fell to the ground and coldly watched the human leave. It suddenly had a trace of doubt. It didn't understand why the human had let it go. With the arrival of spring, the warm wind blew across the land. This was a season filled with hope. On the way back, the journey was no longer peaceful. Zichen had casually dealt with a few fierce beasts. The fierce beasts here were all low-leveled. To the current Zichen, they weren't a threat at all. Usually, they were dealt with a single punch. After that, Zichen brought some beast hides back to the sect. The sect provided food, lodging, and clothing. Every day, the expenses were very high. These things naturally didn't come from nowhere. Every outer sect disciple had to do something in the sect. If they went out to train, they had to bring back some valuable things. It could be some refining materials or some ferocious beast fur. For inner sect disciples, they could receive corresponding contribution points by handing in these things. They could use these things to exchange for pills for cultivation. However, this was limited to inner sect disciples. Even if an outer sect disciple brought 1,000-year-old elixir, they wouldn't be able to receive contribution points. They could only exchange for it from inner sect disciples. This was also the main reason why Zhao Can had hooked up with Wang Xiong. The spiritual martial sect was very large. It occupied many mountains. One building after another stood on top of the mountains. It was a continuous stretch. After disappearing for a few months, the Nimbus martial ancestor hadn't changed much. After 10 days, Zichen returned to the sect and walked towards the place where he handed in his goods. It didn't cause any commotion. Even some outer sect disciples rarely saw him. He should be cultivating and trying to break through to the inner sect. This was the season when the outer sect disciples were the most nervous. It happened once every 2 years. If they missed it, they would have to wait for another 2 years. No one wanted to miss it. Hey, Zichen, it's you. You're finally back. Chapter 11. Zichen looked in the direction of the voice and saw an old man in sackcloth looking at him. Steward Zhang. Zichen recognized the old man. He was the steward here. His surname was Zhang, and he was very easygoing. Although his position was not as high as the inner disciples, it was higher than the outer disciples. Some of the disciples who went out would come here to collect some things. The old man quickly walked over and whispered to Ziqin, "Where have you been all this time? You actually disappeared for a few months." "I went out to train for a period of time. I didn't bring back these things." Ziqin took out many animal skins from the bag on his back. "You have to be careful. Recently, Wang Meng has been looking for you, and Zhao Ken. All right, you're back. Why didn't Zhao Ken come back?" Steward Zhang took the animal skins and whispered. Although he was not very talented and was old, Steward Zhang was very kind. His words were full of concern. Ziqin smiled faintly and said, "Zhao Ken is dead." He said it casually, as if the person who died was a cat or a dog, and not his good brother. Steward Zhang was old and shrewd. He glanced at Ziqin and patted him on the shoulder. Ziqin, who was always kind, was actually so calm when talking about his brother's death. Steward Zhang obviously saw something. "You have to be careful. I think they are not here with good intentions." Steward Zhang said this and left with Ziqin's bag. At this moment, two youths walked in from outside. When one of them saw Ziqin, he said in a strange tone, "Oh, isn't this Ziqin? I haven't seen you for a few months. You are still alive? What's the matter?" Ziqin turned around and looked at the two of them calmly. What can we do for you? We are not from the same world as you. It is Brother Meng who is looking for you. I really don't know what kind of luck you have to make Brother Meng so concerned about you." The other youth curled his lips. Of the two people in front of him, the taller one was called Fu Jia, and the shorter one was called Qi Ming. Just as the two of them had said, they had no prior contact with Ziqin. This was because they were all following Wang Meng, and Wang Meng was Wang Xiong's younger brother. They had never interacted with each other before, but now that they had come into contact with each other, it was obvious that it was because of the 500-year-old snow ginseng. "Let's go." Seeing that Ziqin did not move, Fu Jia's voice became much sharper. "Where are we going?" Ziqin looked at Fu Jia. "Of course I'm looking for Brother Meng." Fu Jia said impatiently, "I really don't know what kind of luck you have. What kind of dog shit did you step on to make Brother Meng look for you by name? I don't know where I stepped on a pile of dog poop, but I know that the dog poop that the two of you stepped on must have come from Wang Meng's front door. Moreover, it is as smelly as your mouths." Ziqin coldly glanced at the two of them and said mockingly. After he finished speaking, he ignored the two of them and left. "Hold it right there." After being ridiculed by Ziqin, the two of them turned extremely ugly. Fu Jia's body flashed and blocked in front of Ziqin. At the same time, Qi Ming also followed closely behind. True energy was emitted from his body as he coldly glanced at Ziqin. "True energy level 5? Ziqin looked at the two of them and his eyes narrowed slightly. "That's right, true energy level 5. You'll definitely enter the inner sect. Kid, I'm sure you know the difference between the inner sect and outer sect. If you offend us, you won't even know how you died." Fu Jia sneered with an arrogant look on his face. As more and more people arrived, they naturally noticed this scene. When they heard Fu Jia's words, their eyes were filled with envy. This Ziqin actually offended senior brother Fu Jia. He's really courting death. That's right. Senior brother Fu Jia and senior brother Qi Ming are both going to become inner sect disciples. Some people even mocked Ziqin from afar to curry favor with Fu Jia and Qi Ming. "Haha, Ziqin, I'll give you a chance to kneel down and apologize. After that, follow us to find Brother Meng obediently." Hearing the voices around him, Qi Ming laughed even louder. His expression was extremely arrogant. To an outer sect disciple, entering the inner sect was their greatest wish. Being an inner sect disciple was also a high and mighty position. Many people who came to join in the fun had pity in their eyes. Offending Fu Jia and Qi Ming was equivalent to offending Wang Meng. Offending Wang Meng was equivalent to offending Wang Xiong. Zichen's path was almost cut off. Even if he entered the inner sect, it wouldn't be easy. That's right. Kneel down and apologize. After that, tell everyone who's the real dog. *T. Fu Jie sneered. Idiot. Zichen couldn't be bothered with the two of them. He looked at them as if they were idiots and said disdainfully, kneel down and apologize? Who do you think you are? Trash. The surrounding crowd was dumbfounded. Under such circumstances, Zichen had many choices. He could either apologize, be tough, or remain silent. However, they never expected that Zichen would retaliate with such vicious words. Furthermore, he retaliated so thoroughly. He directly said that the two of them were worthless. Zichen's reaction was naturally out of their expectations. At this moment, the arrogance on their faces disappeared and was replaced by anger, extreme anger, and a murderous intent. The aura of true energy level 5 locked onto Zichen. It was obvious that they were about to attack. Why? Do you still want to attack me? I'll give you some guts. Let's see if you dare, Zichen said coldly. In the Nimbus martial ancestor, fighting was prohibited. Outer sect disciples didn't even have the right to participate in the battle. Even if there was a big conflict, it couldn't be fought within the sect. Although Fu Jie and Qi Ming were both at true energy level 5 and could definitely enter the inner sect, they hadn't participated in the assessment and were only outer sect disciples. Therefore, the two of them were furious and their eyes were spitting fire. However, they couldn't do anything to Zichen. Thus, Zichen strode away confidently. The farce ended just like that. Fu Jie and Qi Ming had suffered a setback and were burning with anger. However, no one came forward to curry favor with them. Wait and see. The two of them snorted and left after saying some harsh words. Zichen returned to his own house. There were 2 rooms in his house. Although they weren't big, they were relatively well equipped. There were tables, chairs, benches, and beds. Zichen's house was next to Zhao Can's house. In the past, because the two of them were close brothers, they tried to find a way to live next to each other. Unfortunately, when he thought of Zhao Can again, Zichen's face was calm, but his heart was cold. Zichen, get out here. Not long after Zichen returned to his house, an angry shout came from outside. Zichen wasn't familiar with this voice before, but now he knew that it was Fu Jie's voice. Fu Jie came with a fierce momentum and was very arrogant. When Zichen walked out of the house, he realized that it wasn't 2 people, but 3. Besides Fu Jie and Qi Ming, there was an even younger-looking youth. Looking at this person's age, he seemed to be younger than Zichen. Wang Meng. Zichen naturally knew who this person was. He was Wang Xiong's younger brother. For Wang Meng, Wang Xiong had come to the outer sect many times. In the past, Zichen had seen him from afar, but they had never interacted. At that time, Wang Meng was high and mighty, and Zichen was just a passerby. Why aren't you obediently coming over when you see big brother Wang Meng? Seeing that Zichen stopped at the door, Qi Ming couldn't help but shout, "What's the matter?" Zichen was still indifferent. Because of Zhao Can's betrayal, these people who had never interacted with him before came looking for him and kept finding trouble with him. After surviving that disaster, Zichen was no longer an ordinary person. He didn't care about simple stage 5 true Qi cultivators. So you are Zichen. You have quite the character. Wang Meng's lips curled into a faint smile. Under his childish expression, there was a mature and steady tone. Zichen didn't speak, waiting for the other party to continue. Wang Meng didn't beat around the bush and said directly, "I think you know why I am here. It is for that 500-year-old snow ginseng." After saying this, Wang Meng stared at Zichen. Snow ginseng? What's snow ginseng? Zichen played dumb. The indifferent expression disappeared, and Wang Meng's eyes were filled with anger. After all, he was just a youth. He wasn't shrewd enough and was easily angered. "Are you playing dumb with me?" "I don't know what you are talking about," Zichen said indifferently. "He, good, very good. You will soon know what I am talking about." Wang Meng sneered, then turned around and left. The Nimbius martial ancestor had its own rules. Perhaps the inner court disciples didn't need to follow them, but the outer court disciples had to. Even Wang Meng couldn't. Therefore, he left because he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to control himself and attack Zichen. Even though he could settle this matter later, it wasn't worth it for a single Zichen. Therefore, he left. "Teach him a lesson." Before leaving, Wang Meng said indifferently, "Okay, no problem." The two nodded, excitement in their eyes. The next morning, when Zichen walked out of his room, he smelled a foul stench. Immediately after, Zichen retracted his foot as fast as lightning, because in front of his door there was a yellow thing that emitted a strong stench. Poof! Poof! At the same time, Zichen heard the sound of water splashing. Looking in the direction of the sound, Zichen saw a green-clothed disciple wearing a mask at the side of the room. He was using a gourd to scoop out some feces, yellow liquid from a wooden barrel, and splashing it on Zichen's room. Because the contents of the wooden barrel were too smelly, every time the green-clothed disciple splashed the liquid, he frowned and his Adam's apple moved, as if he was having difficulty swallowing. "Hey, what are you doing?" Zichen shouted at the green-clothed disciple. At the same time, he was about to go forward and teach him a lesson. Who would have thought that his sudden roar would give the other party a big fright? His hand accidentally shook and his feces and urine accidentally leaked out, staining his wrist and sleeves. Immediately, the other party had a feeling of wanting to vomit. "What are you doing?" Zichen shouted angrily again as he carefully walked out of the room. The green-clothed disciple was very flustered. He resisted the urge to vomit. When he saw Zichen coming, he quickly scooped up some liquid from the wooden barrel. The gourd filled with liquid shook again, and in an instant, a scoop of feces and urine flew in an arc toward Zichen. After that, the green-clothed disciple threw down the wooden barrel and the gourd and flew into the distance. The wooden barrel spun a few times and then flipped over. Everything inside poured out, and immediately an even more pungent smell wafted out. Chapter 12. When the door opened, Zichen stood at the entrance. There was a foul stench outside, and even further away, many outer sect disciples were covering their noses as they pointed and discussed. Revenge. This was clearly Wang Meng's masterpiece. But Zichen never would have thought that it would be so despicable and disgusting. Throwing feces. Zichen had only heard of this before, but had never seen such a method of revenge. Outer sect disciples weren't allowed to fight, but there were conflicts. So many people thought of many ways to vent their anger, and one of them was throwing feces. Zichen offended someone he can't afford to offend. Zichen could faintly hear one or two discussions, with some people taking pleasure in his misfortune. The conflict between Wang Meng and Zichen was naturally known by some people. In the distance, the famous Wang Meng in the outer sect seemed very reserved today. Beside him, the arrogant Fu Jie and Qi Ming were like lapdogs today, licking their faces as they followed behind Wang Meng. However, their eyes would occasionally look forward, their eyes filled with fanaticism and worship. Beside Wang Meng was a youth in white. In the spiritual martial sect, green robes represented the outer sect disciples. White robes represented the inner sect disciples, and red robes represented the high and mighty elders. This youth in white was clearly an inner sect disciple, and not an ordinary inner sect disciple. He was Wang Xiong, at the peak of true energy stage 8. His reputation in the inner sect was very high, and in the outer sect he was like a heavenly king. The reason why Wang Meng was able to survive in the outer sect was because of Wang Xiong. When he heard Wang Meng say that Zichen had returned, Wang Xiong hurried over. The development of the matter seemed to be out of his expectations. Zhao, Ken, and the others, who should have returned a few months ago, were nowhere to be seen. A few months later, Ziqin returned. Whether it was Ziqin or Zhao Ken, Wang Xiong didn't care. What he cared about was the snow ginseng. A 500-year-old snow ginseng was too important for Wang Xiong. This was because he had stayed at the 8th level of the true energy realm for a very long time. As long as he broke through to the 9th level of the true energy realm, he would have a chance of passing the test and entering the core of the Nimbus martial ancestor, becoming a core disciple. At that time, he would truly be a high and mighty existence among the Nimbus martial ancestor. There was a rule in the Nimbus martial ancestor that every core disciple could receive a Xiantian pill for free. A single Xiantian pellet could increase the chances of a peak true Qi realm cultivator reaching the Xiantian realm by 80%. Apart from that, the core disciples could enjoy more resources from the Nimbus martial ancestor. They didn't need to use contribution points to exchange for resources like the inner disciples. The core disciples didn't need to do anything to receive rewards. This kind of treatment was 10 times better than the inner disciples. Ziqin refuses to hand over the snow ginseng. Wang Xiong frowned. He already knew that Wang Meng had negotiated with Ziqin. Big brother, it's not that he doesn't want to hand it over. It's just that this kid is pretending to be stupid. Wang Meng was obviously very angry at the mention of Ziqin. Oh, pretending to be stupid? Yes, big brother. I asked him where the snow ginseng was, and he actually said something about it. If he isn't pretending to be stupid, then what is he? Wang Meng said. Then did you say anything about exchanging a true energy pill for the snow ginseng? Before I could say anything, he told me that he didn't know what the snow ginseng was and refused to admit it. What did he say? Wang Meng said unwillingly. Oh, he's actually so tough? Wang Xiong's eyes flashed with a cold light. Very tough. I really don't know where this kid got his courage from. Wang Meng said hatefully, and Zhao Can and those few pieces of trash, they really can't do anything right. Ziqin has already returned, but they still haven't returned. How is Ziqin's strength? Wang Xiong asked again. His strength is unknown, but it shouldn't be beyond the 5th level of the true energy realm. After thinking for a moment, Wang Meng said, You've seen him fight before? Wang Meng shook his head and said, No, but yesterday when he saw Fu Jie and Qi Ming's strength, his face suddenly changed. It was obvious that he was shocked. It can be seen that he hasn't broken through yet. Wang Xiong nodded in satisfaction. As long as Ziqin hadn't broken through, it was fine. That meant that the snow ginseng hadn't been refined. Besides, Wang Xiong didn't think that a mere 4th level of the true energy realm had the ability to refine the snow ginseng. He hasn't broken through yet, and he's still so tough. Doesn't he know your identity? Wang Xiong's voice became very cold. In the outer sect, no one dared to not give him face. Of course he knows. He just didn't give me face. Wang Meng said, However, I think he will give me face now. Did you teach him a lesson? No, I just wanted to disgust him. Just as Wang Meng's voice fell, Wang Xiong smelled a very strong smell of feces in the air. He subconsciously frowned and covered his nose. Immediately after, 3 people laughed. It was obviously Wang Meng and the others. Not bad, this Lin Mi is very good. Wang Meng was very satisfied with the smell in the air. After that, they saw the crowd in front of them. With a light cough, the crowd turned their heads and saw Wang Meng and Wang Xiong. Their faces changed, and they quickly moved to the side. In the blink of an eye, a road leading directly to the front appeared. Unfortunately, this road didn't lead to a happy place. Instead, it led to a house full of feces. At the door of the house stood a young man in green. Ziqin stood in the middle of the room. Outside, everything was either solid or liquid. Lin Mi's wooden barrel was thrown to the side, and the contents inside had long been tipped over. Seeing this scene, Wang Meng couldn't help but laugh loudly. Following that, The two people behind him also laughed loudly, as if they were very satisfied with their own masterpiece. The three people's laughter was like a fuse. It spread out, and then there was a roar of laughter. Everyone was laughing. Only Ziqin stood in the room, calmly. He looked at Wang Meng calmly. However, in his eyes, there was a trace of undetectable anger burning. Wang Xiong's appearance caused an uproar. The surrounding people started to talk again. "You're Ziqin," Wang Xiong asked faintly from afar. "Who are you?" Ziqin asked coldly. He naturally knew Wang Xiong. He had seen him from afar before. He was just asking deliberately. "Humph, how ignorant. You don't even know senior brother Wang Xiong. Why aren't you getting your ass over here?" Fu Jia, who hadn't spoken along the way, finally had a chance to speak. "Senior brother Wang Xiong?" Ziqin was very calm. He said sarcastically, "Senior brother Wang Xiong, why are you not in the inner sect? Why are you here in this stinking place? Are you here to see your little brother's masterpiece?" Obviously, this was done by Wang Meng. "Is this the attitude you should speak to me?" Wang Xiong's face darkened. Ziqin was the first outer sect disciple to be disrespectful to him. If it weren't for the snow ginseng, Ziqin would have been in trouble. The surrounding spectators looked at Ziqin with pity in their eyes. "My room is already in such a state. I wonder what kind of attitude senior brother Wang Xiong needs me to speak to you with?" Ziqin suppressed his anger and replied faintly. Ziqin was naturally enraged by the fact that Wang Xiong splashed his room with feces, and now he said that his attitude wasn't good. "Good, very good." Wang Xiong squinted his eyes. A cold light flashed in his eyes. He said in a gloomy voice, "Hand over the 500-year-old snow ginseng, and I can write off the disrespect you have done to me today." Otherwise, Wang Xiong didn't finish his words. There was no need for him to do so. Otherwise, Ziqin would be dead. For an inner sect disciple to kill an outer sect disciple was like killing a chicken. Furthermore, Wang Xiong was a high and mighty existence. The Nimbus martial ancestor has a rule that no fighting is allowed in the sect. "Does senior brother want to break the rule?" Ziqin said faintly. "Humph." Wang Xiong snorted coldly. He looked at Ziqin as if he was looking at an idiot. He said, sarcastically, "Do you think that I will break the sect's rules if I kill you? Who do you think you are? It's your good fortune that I'm killing you. Do you think the sect would punish me for a trash outer sect disciple like you?" Ziqin clenched his fists. He was furious, but he didn't retort. What Wang Xiong said was the truth. An outer sect disciple couldn't be compared to an inner sect disciple. "I will give you one last chance. Obediently hand over the 500-year-old snow ginseng and kneel down to apologize. Otherwise, today will be the day of your death." After the cold words were spoken, a killing intent surged from the front. The atmosphere instantly became heavy. "It's over. Ziqin is finished. Offending senior brother Wang Xiong means death." Many people were muttering in low voices. "Senior brother wants to kill someone in broad daylight?" Ziqin asked in a deep voice. He didn't have the strength to fight with Wang Xiong. Once the two sides fought, whether he could escape or not would be a problem. But he didn't have the snow ginseng, so this battle was inevitable. Ziqin was already thinking of an escape route after the battle. "In broad daylight, haha." Wang Xiong laughed. He looked around and said, "Did you see me killing someone?" Wang Xiong's words stunned the crowd, but they quickly said in unison, "No. I only saw Ziqin speaking rudely and injuring senior brother." Senior brother was angry and had no choice but to attack. Yes, senior brother had no choice. Senior brother is doing all this to clean up the sect and return peace to the Nimbus martial ancestor. There were also some smart ones who, in order to curry favor with Wang Xiong, quickly shouted out. Very good. Wang Xiong was satisfied with the crowd's reaction. He looked at Ziqin again with killing intent in his eyes. I'll give you one last chance. Hand over the snow ginseng, and I'll spare your life. I've already eaten the snow ginseng. Zi-chan said honestly. Unfortunately, no one believed the truth. Zi-chin, don't be stubborn. Yes, it's your fortune to be able to give senior brother Wang Xiong something. Don't be ignorant. You're forcing senior brother Wang Xiong to attack. Before Wang Xiong could open his mouth, some of the surrounding spectators coldly shouted out. As their words fell, they looked at Zi-chan with righteous indignation, before looking towards Wang Xiong in a fawning manner. From the perspective of righteousness, and with so many witnesses, the atmosphere became even more tense. It seemed that Wang Xiong could attack at any time. If Zi-chan was killed today, he would have died in vain. He would be accused of being unrighteous, and Wang Xiong would gain the reputation of punishing evil. Just as the atmosphere was tense to the extreme, and Zi-chan was thinking about how to get out of this situation, a gentle yet angry voice suddenly sounded. What's wrong? The outer sect has become like this. So many people are lying with their eyes open. Are they all blind? Chapter 13. The crowd parted, and a white figure appeared. Dressed in white, she was obviously an inner disciple. Her white robes fluttered in the wind. She had an exquisite face, as if she had been carefully sculpted. She had a pair of beautiful big eyes that were as gentle as water. She walked over with light steps. She was a fairy, yet she had come to a place filled with filth. Her eyes, which were as gentle as water, contained a hint of anger. Facing the pungent smell in the air, she only frowned her eyebrows slightly. Seeing this beautiful figure, almost everyone was already in a daze. Senior sister Su Mengyao, why are you here? Seeing the person who came, the anger in Wang Xiong's heart was replaced by surprise. Wang Xiong looked like he was in his 20s, and the girl in white in front of him looked like she was 16 or 17. But Wang Xiong called her senior sister. Could it be senior sister Su Mengyao from the inner sect? At the age of 16, she is already at the peak of true energy level 8. It is said that she has the potential to enter the core of the Nimbus martial ancestor and become a core disciple. Oh my God, it's actually senior sister Su Mengyao? Some of the outer sect disciples exclaimed. Their eyes were filled with fanaticism, as if they had seen the goddess of their hearts. Su Mengyao was definitely the goddess of all the outer sect disciples of the Nimbus martial ancestor. Not only did she have the looks of a goddess, she also had the talent of a goddess. She was known as the #1 inner sect disciple. But unfortunately, the current goddess did not look happy at all when she saw the fanatical gazes of the crowd. Instead, she felt disgusted. She felt that it was an insult to herself to be stared at with fanatical eyes by these people who could not tell right from wrong. Has the outer sect become like this now? They can't even tell right from wrong? Su Mengyao thought in dissatisfaction. What's going on? Wang Xiong, why are you here? Su Mengyao looked at Wang Xiong and asked indifferently. I'm fine. I just came out for a walk. Senior sister Su, why are you here in this filthy place? Wang Xiong smiled and said politely. Su Mengyao was known as the #1 genius of the inner sect. At the age of 16, she was already at true energy level 8. Not only was she talented, she was also the target of many disciples, including some core disciples. So when Wang Xiong saw Su Mengyao, he had to be polite. Coming out for a walk is robbing? Su Mengyao stared at Wang Xiong. There was a hint of coldness in her watery eyes. Senior sister, I'm being wrongly accused. I'm really just here for a walk. Where am I supposed to rob? As an inner sect disciple, why would I need to come to the outer sect to snatch things? What is there for me to snatch in this godforsaken place? Wang Xiong's forehead was already covered in sweat. His thoughts were running fast. The arrogance he had when facing Zi-chin had disappeared. Although Su Mengyao didn't have any background in the inner sect, Wang Xiong didn't dare to provoke her. This was because all the people who had provoked Su Mengyao in the past had quietly disappeared. Among them, there was even a true Qi Stage 9 existence. You still know that you are an inner court disciple? Su Mingyao's eyes were filled with mockery. She glanced around and frowned. These must be your handiwork. You can tell a person's heart just by looking at their actions. I guess your heart is as dirty as these things. Wang Xiong didn't dare to refute and could only listen quietly. Su Mingyao's gaze swept around again. It's fine if you can't tell right from wrong, but you guys actually shamelessly found a righteous excuse for him. People can be childish, but they can't be ignorant and can't tell right from wrong. No one spoke. Everyone lowered their heads. Even the arrogant Wang Meng and the rest buried their heads deep. They didn't even dare to look at Su Mengyao. It was as if she wasn't a beauty but a ferocious beast. Wang Xiong smiled. He was furious, but he didn't dare to show it on his face. In the hearts of the outer sect disciples, Wang Xiong was the king. But in the eyes of the inner sect disciples, he was nothing. And in the hearts of the inner sect disciples, Su Mengyao was inviolable. Her position was much higher than Wang Xiong. In front of Su Mengyao, he didn't dare to quibble. You're still not leaving? After lecturing him, Su Mengyao turned to look at Wang Xiong. Go, I'll leave right away. Like a stray dog, Wang Xiong left dejectedly. Looking from behind, his white robes were drenched in cold sweat. It was obvious that he was scared out of his wits. You guys are still not leaving? Do you want to stay here and testify? Su Mingyao's gaze swept again and looked at the shocked crowd. 2 simple sentences were enough to make the arrogant Wang Xiong retreat. Naturally, everyone was shocked. Everyone shook their heads. Some of them wanted to say something to their goddess, but when they met her cold and disgusted eyes, they quickly lowered their heads and left. Damn, Ziqin, it's all your fault. How dare you make me lose my composure in front of my goddess? Before leaving, more than one outer sect disciple had such thoughts. Unfortunately, Su Mengyao didn't notice them at all. She didn't even care about them. She didn't even care about Ziqin. After everyone left, she turned around and left. She didn't even look at Ziqin. Senior sister. Ziqin felt awkward to call someone younger than him senior sister. But since she saved him, Ziqin could only say gratefully, Thank you, senior sister, for saving my life. You don't have to thank me. I don't want to care about the matters of you outer sect disciples. Today's matter was entrusted by someone else. Su Mengyao said without turning her head. Although her voice was still indifferent, it didn't have the coldness from before. As a goddess, her status in the inner sect was very high. How could she have the time to come here, let alone a place full of feces? It was obviously not a coincidence that she could appear here, just when Ziqin was puzzled. He saw a thin figure in green in front of him. It was a cute girl. She stuck out her tongue at Ziqin from afar and made a face at him. Then she left with Su Mengyao. Lin Shui. Seeing the figure in green, Ziqin's puzzled expression was relieved. He didn't know Su Mengyao, but he knew Lin Shui. A year ago, when Ziqin came back from a trip, he saw an injured Lin Shui at the foot of the mountain. She couldn't walk anymore, so Ziqin carried her back. Later, Ziqin found out that she was Lin Shui, who was almost as famous as Wang Meng among the outer sect disciples. Besides strength, there was also support. Wang Meng's support was Wang Xiong, and Lin Shui was Su Mingyao's sister. Lin Shui treated Ziqin very well, but Ziqin's talent was average, and his strength was even more average. He knew himself well and never dared to expect anything. But he never thought that Lin Shui would ask Su Mengyao for help today. She was even willing to come to this filthy place for Lin Shui. The relationship between the two was obviously not ordinary. Maybe she is repaying me, Ziqin thought to himself, but he was filled with gratitude. Then he looked at his room. The pungent smell and the filthy things made it almost uninhabitable. His room was obviously uninhabitable, and Zichen was even more unwilling to stay in Zhao Ken's room next door. Zichen. But at this moment, another figure came from afar. The other party was also a youth, about the same age as Zichen. He was wearing the green clothes of the Nimbus martial ancestor. After smelling the strange smell in the air, he frowned slightly and said to Zichen, "We can't stay here. Come, let's go to my place." "Miao Kong, when did you come back?" Seeing the person, Zichen was very surprised. He tiptoed and carefully walked outside. "I've been back for a few days. I've heard about what happened to you. Zhao Ken betrayed you." Miao Kong said, "I told you before that Zhao Ken is a very scheming person. He has a lot of tricks up his sleeve. It's okay to have a shallow friendship with him, but you can't have a deep friendship with him. However, you didn't listen. Now, you've provoked Wang Xiong." Miao Kong was also Zichen's friend and also his brother. It was just that Miao Kong didn't get along with Zhao Ken. Some time ago, Miao Kong went out to look for opportunities, so Zichen called Zhao Ken. However, after the previous incident, Zichen had a grudge against the word brother in his heart. "I just heard that Wang Xiong was looking for trouble with you, so I rushed over. Then I saw the black-faced Wang Xiong, the happy Lin Shui, and senior sister Su Mingyao." "How come she saved you?" Miao Kong asked. "Yes." "Wow, what kind of luck did you have? You actually managed to get senior sister Su Mingyao to help you?" Miao Kong cried out. Because of Su Mingyao's appearance, Wang Xiong brought Wang Meng and the others away. Today he had lost a lot of face. "Big brother, is that Su Mingyao so scary? Her strength isn't high." Wang Meng looked at his dispirited brother and asked doubtfully, "What do you know?" Wang Xiong turned around and angrily rebuked. "Su Mingyao's strongest point isn't her strength, but her appearance. Now, among the inner disciples, who doesn't know that senior brother Qin Feng likes her? Offending Su Mingyao is equivalent to offending senior brother Qin Feng. There's only one way out." Senior brother Qin Feng? Sect leader's direct disciple, the number one core disciple. It's said that he has a chance to break through to the true element realm. Wang Meng was shocked. Of course, there's already news among the core disciples. This time, sect leader has returned to propose marriage for Qin Feng. He also wants Su Mingyao to become a core disciple. "Do you think I dare to provoke her?" Wang Xiong said coldly. This. Wang Meng didn't dare to speak. The other two were also shocked. "Then what about Zichen? Are we just going to let it go?" After a moment of silence, Wang Meng asked again. After pondering for a moment, Wang Xiong shook his head and said, "No, I can't touch him in the sect. You guys think of a way to lure him out." "Okay, when the time comes, I'll do it myself." Wang Meng's eyes flashed with a hint of ruthlessness. "No, you can't go. You have to properly cultivate. Here are 5 true Qidong. During this period of time, you can refine 3 of them and give them 2. This matter can be left to them." Wang Xiong took out a porcelain bottle and said, "This time's inner disciple assessment is said to have the richest rewards in many years. There might even be a first-rate martial skill reward. So you have to get first place. Don't worry, big brother. I'm already at the peak of the 5th level. 3 Zhen Qidong are enough for me to break through to the 6th level. With the second-rate martial skill that you gave me, I'll definitely get first place." Wang Meng said confidently. Chapter 14. Zichen had only been back for a day, but he had already provoked Wang Xiong. Although Su Mingyao helped him out, he was still excluded by many of the outer disciples. As the inner disciple assessment approached, many of the outer disciples were busy. Some of the disciples who knew that they had no hope of breaking through were even thinking of ways to get some spirit herbs. Some were bitterly cultivating, while others left the Nimbus martial ancestor in search of opportunities. Zichen was isolated, but there were definitely no more than 5 outer disciples who still bothered to talk to him. Miao Kong was one, Lu Yang was another, and Lin Shui was also one. Unfortunately, She didn't speak to Ziqin and left with Su Mengyao on the same day. Lu Yang was at True Energy Stage 4, and like Ziqin, he was only a step away from True Energy Stage 5. Ziqin was at True Energy Stage 4 before, and when he returned, he was also at True Energy Stage 4. In the past few months, he hadn't made any progress. But no one knew that Ziqin had only used a few short months to break through from a cripple to True Energy Stage 4. His physique was far superior to the Level 5 Ice Bear, and he had also comprehended the true meaning of battle skills. In front of Ziqin, the average True Energy Level 5 was really not enough. A 200-year-old spirit herb. Ziqin looked at Lu Yang in front of him and slightly frowned. Of course, I found it with great difficulty. There was a Level 5 vicious beast guarding the side, and I couldn't beat it alone, so I called you. Lu Yang said solemnly, I'll think about it. Ziqin said hesitantly. Lu Yang stared at him and said, Ziqin, you don't need to think about it. I see you as a brother. That's why I came to find you. You are at True Energy Stage 4, and so am I. A 200-year-old spirit herb can be exchanged for 2 True Energy Dawn, one for each of us. When the time comes, we will both break through and enter the inner sect. What else do you have to think about? Do you think I, as a brother, will harm you? The word brother greatly stimulated Ziqin, and his pupils shrank. Fine. Hearing Lu Yang's words, Ziqin no longer hesitated and directly nodded. When are we leaving? That's more like it. Of course, there's no need to consider such a good thing. Lu Yang smiled and said, Tomorrow morning we'll set off. After saying that, Lu Yang left. You believe him? Miao Kong walked out of the room as soon as Lu Yang left. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he looked at Lu Yang's back. Ziqin just smiled and didn't say anything. If you need a true Qidan, then I will find a way to get one for you. Lu Yang suddenly called you. He definitely has bad intentions. Miao Kong once again said. I just want to see what they're up to, Ziqin said. Aren't you afraid that he will collude with Wang Meng to kill you? Wang Xiong is not here. As long as Wang Meng appears, I guarantee that he will die a horrible death, Ziqin said coldly. At this moment, he was exuding a strong sense of confidence. After not seeing him for several months, Miao Kong discovered that he could no longer see through Ziqin. It was as if a thin layer of muslin was draped over his body, making him hazy and mysterious. The next morning, Lu Yang arrived on time with a bag on his back. Let's go. Ziqin also took a simple bag. Taking advantage of the cold morning weather, the two left the Nimbus martial ancestor. Along the way, Lu Yang seemed to be very excited. He kept talking to Ziqin. However, it was all meaningless talk. He didn't say anything about the 200-year-old spirit herbs. You don't want to talk about the spirit herbs? Ziqin listened to him without saying a word. When the two were far away from the Nimbus martial ancestor and entered a dense forest, Ziqin suddenly asked, Spirit herbs? Lu Yang was stunned for a moment. Then he smiled and said, Of course, it is a spirit herb. I don't know what it is called, but it seems to be around 200 years old. The level 5 vicious beast is a red fierce tiger. It is very ferocious, so you and I have to be careful. Don't lose your life before getting the spirit herb. If there is any danger, you hide behind me and I will protect you. Lu Yang said with a strong sense of righteousness. Ziqin laughed involuntarily and said, It seems that you haven't done your homework. The weakest red fierce tiger is a level 6 vicious beast. Most of them are level 7 vicious beasts. Their perception is incomparably sharp. Once you get close, they will definitely sense you and launch an attack. Not to mention you. Even if you are at the 6th stage of the Zhenqi realm, you would not be able to escape. Lu Yang was stunned. His expression constantly changed, not knowing what to say. Now you should tell me, what is the reward for betraying me? Is it to find a backer, or to exchange for a Zhenqi Dan? Zi Chen's eyes had a touch of ridicule, but also a trace of sadness. If it was anyone else who was betrayed by a friend, they would also feel uncomfortable. You know. Lu Yang's expression suddenly changed. His figure retreated backwards, increasing the distance between him and Zi Chen. It doesn't seem difficult to see through your tricks. Zi Chen said indifferently. Compared to Zhao Can, Lu Yang was far worse. Then why did you come? Lu Yang's expression became cold. I came to see if there was an opportunity. Lu Yang did not understand. Come out, you have been following me all the way. No need to hide anymore. Zi Chen suddenly shouted towards the dense forest behind him. His meridians had been cleansed, and his physique had undergone a transformation. His perception was also very strong. Naturally, Zi Chen discovered that someone was carefully following behind him. Good boy, you have guts. A sneer came from the dense forest, and then two figures walked out. Fu Jie and Qi Ming walked out of the forest. Just the two of you? Seeing the two people, Zi Chen was a little surprised. According to his guess, Wang Meng should have come. The two of us are enough to deal with you. Fu Jie smiled coldly. Zi Chen was a little disappointed. This time he had completely come for Wang Meng. In his opinion, Wang Meng should have a Zhen Qidan on him. But with these two people, Zi Chen's hopes were dashed. Why are you disappointed? Do you want to die in the hands of Brother Meng? Qi Ming sneered. I am a little disappointed. Since Wang Meng has come here, he should at least have a Zhen Qidan on him. But you too, one is poorer than the other. What a pity. Zi Chen shook his head and sighed. He was very disappointed. Zi Chen, don't you King look down on people. I also have a Zhen Qidan. Fu Jia was furious, and then in front of Zi Chen he took out a Zhen Qidan. This was a white Zhen Qidan and contained a rich spirit qi. It was indeed a Zhen Qidan. Zi Chen's eyes lit up. You are about to die, yet you are still so greedy. You are simply courting death. Qi Ming's eyes had a trace of killing intent. Lu Yang also ran in front of the two people and turned to Zi Chen and said, Zi Chen, don't blame me. Every man for himself. Rest assured, I will not blame you. From the moment you decided to betray me, only one of us is destined to live. Zi Chen calmly said, either you die or I die, but I believe that the one who will die will be you. Lu Yang was silent, and his face was very ugly. Humph, shameless boasting. Fu Jie coldly snorted and said, Zi Chen, today is the day you die. As for that snow ginseng, it must be in the bag on your back. Can you come and take a look? But let's see if you have the luck to do so. Zi Chen sarcastically said, You don't know what's good for you. Today, I, Fu Jie, will send you to the Western Paradise. Fu Jie roared, and the fifth level of Zhen Qi instantly surged. The flowing cloud steps appeared under his feet, and with a strange footwork, he quickly swept towards Zi Chen. Go die! He clenched his fist, and like a big iron hammer, he ruthlessly smashed it towards Zi Chen's face. Third grade battle skill, Iron Fist. Looking at the confident Fu Jie, Zi Chen shook his head, and a trace of ridicule appeared on the corner of his mouth. Iron Fist is not like Iron Fist. Flowing Cloud Steps is not like Flowing Cloud Steps. So what if your Jin Qi is stronger by one level? You are still going to die. The ridicule in his eyes instantly turned into a cold light. Zi Chen slightly moved his feet and dodged Fu Jie's attack by a hair's breadth. Immediately after, a fierce tiger's roar sounded, and the third grade battle skill, Ferocious Tiger Fist, appeared and ruthlessly struck towards Fu Jie's exposed chest. Pum! Amidst the dull sound, there was the sound of bones breaking and Fu Jie's miserable scream. Fu Jie's figure came quickly and retreated quickly as well. When he came, he quickly stepped on the ground, and when he retreated, he rapidly retreated in the air. He was unexpectedly sent flying by Zi Chen's attack. Pooh! Fu Jie's body landed on the ground, and he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and no longer made a sound. With one strike, Fu Jie, who was at the 5th level of Jin Qi, died. You actually... Qi Ming and Lu Yang's expressions changed drastically, and their eyes were filled with astonishment. Fu Jie was already dead in one strike. Chen's strength was far beyond their imagination, and was even more terrifying than a 5th level fierce beast. Shua, facing the two shocked people, Chen did not say a word. His footwork was as smooth as flowing water, and he instantly appeared in front of Qi Ming. Go to hell! Qi Ming was furious. He roared and crossed his fists. 5th level Zhen Qi surged, and the 3rd grade battle skill, Ferocious Tiger Fist, was ruthlessly thrown towards Chen. That's not how you use the Ferocious Tiger Fist. Chen laughed sinisterly. He could have easily dodged this attack, but he chose to face Qi Ming head-on. After a tiger's roar, he was like a ferocious tiger that had come down from the mountain and had seen its prey. Both of his fists whistled towards Qi Ming. Boom! The two fists collided, and there was a loud explosion, followed by the sound of bones breaking. Qi Ming felt a strong force surging from Chen's fists, and this force sent his body flying backwards. His arms hung limply, as they were already broken. After a head-on collision, it was unknown whether Qi Ming was dead or alive. This was Chen's strength. With his 4th level of Zhen Qi and his strong physique, he could completely destroy a human at the 5th level of Zhen Qi. In the blink of an eye, only Lu Yang was left. Chen, I was wrong. Please let me go. I beg you. Lu Yang's astonishment turned into shock, followed by fear. When he saw Chen looking at him, he was even more frightened, and his voice trembled as he begged for mercy. Chen did not say a word, but the murderous intent in his eyes said it all. Chen, I was forced to do this. Really, please let me go. I beg you. The terrified Lu Yang knelt in front of Chen and begged for mercy. Chen's cold eyes wavered a little. Chen, I was really forced to do this. Please let me go. We are friends and brothers. Seeing that there was hope, Lu Yang begged again. Get up first. Chen withdrew the murderous intent in his eyes and said indifferently, No, if you don't forgive me, I won't get up. Lu Yang insisted, Get up. Today's matter is not your fault. Chen said indifferently and then walked towards Lu Yang, wanting to help him up. Chen had already grabbed Lu Yang's arm and was about to pull him up. At this moment, the distance between them was less than half a meter, and Chen's weakness was exposed. Go to hell. The 500-year-old snow ginseng is mine. Lu Yang's eyes suddenly flashed with murderous intent. A dagger suddenly appeared from his waist, and with a flash of cold light, it pierced towards Chen's heart. This scene happened very quickly, so fast that it was unbelievable. In the blink of an eye, the dagger had reached Chen's heart and was about to pierce it in the next moment. However, a soft sound appeared first. Lu Yang felt a pain in his chest, as if something had entered his heart. All of his strength dissipated in an instant. Lu Yang lowered his head and saw an arm. The bloody arm was shrinking, and then Lu Yang saw that the hand in front of the arm was holding a beating heart. I want to see if your heart is black or red. Chen's cold voice rang out. His 5 fingers exerted force, and in an instant the heart burst. Chapter 15. Why You're a Demon. Qi Ming still had one last breath. He looked at Lu Yang's dead body and stared at Chen in horror. His voice was extremely weak and he was barely breathing. Chen slowly walked over to Qi Ming. He squatted down and used Qi Ming's clothes to wipe off the blood on his hand. He lightly said, If you want to kill someone, you have to be prepared to be killed. After that, Chen used his other clean hand to search Qi Ming's chest. After searching for a while, he really did find a true Qi pill. Not bad. I didn't think you would have one. Thanks, brother. holding the true qi pill in his hand. Zichen's eyes suddenly lit up as if he had found a rare treasure. Pooh! Qi Ming couldn't stand Zichen's words and used all his strength to spit out a mouthful of blood. His head tilted and he fell to the ground. This time there was no sound at all. 3 people dead. Zichen got up and walked over to the dead Fu Jie. After searching for a while, he found another true qi pill. Afterwards, Zichen walked back, wanting to get something from Liu Yang's body. Unfortunately, Liu Yang didn't have a true qi pill. This is my chance. Eyes shining, Zichen took the 2 true qi pills and left the forest. As for the 3 dead people, Zichen was too lazy to look at them. He also didn't have any intention of burying their bodies. Beside a small stream a few miles away, Zichen washed his hands and ate some dry rations. Then, he found a relatively safe place to rest. He sat down cross-legged and tried to calm himself down. His eyes focused on his nose, and his nose focused on his heart. Today's harvest was very big. He had obtained 2 true qi pills, and his peak true qi stage 4th level strength was naturally going to break through. True qi stage 5th level, he had the qualifications to participate in the inner sect exam. When he entered the inner sect, he would be able to participate in the ranking competition and obtain even more rewards. The true qi pill melted in his mouth and entered his stomach. It was warm and comfortable. Afterwards, a pure spirit qi rushed to his limbs and bones. The heavenly thunder reshaping body technique was circulating. Just like before, after circulating for half a cycle, the energy was absorbed by the heart. After a few breaths of time, as his heart suddenly beat, a pure silver energy appeared from his heart. The majority of the energy entered his body, bones, and blood. Only a small portion gathered in his dantian. Zichen's abdomen had already gathered a lot of silver energy. Within this silver energy, some tiny lightning would occasionally appear. With the injection of external energy, the silver energy in abdomen's body suddenly trembled and began to tremble, as if it was about to undergo some kind of transformation. However, this kind of transformation seemed somewhat weak. My body has absorbed too much energy, and I am unable to smoothly make a breakthrough in my strength. It seems that I cannot be stingy. Zichen sighed and swallowed another true qi dan. Afterwards, with the trembling of his heart, a steady stream of energy was injected into abdomen. The silver energy in abdomen's body began to transform. The energy in abdomen became even stronger. At the same time, every drop of blood, cell, bone, and even bone marrow in Zichen's body began to change. Under the influence of this energy, they gradually became stronger. In a trance, Zichen seemed to have a feeling that his body had broken through again. It was comparable to a level 6 vicious beast. After a long time, the breakthrough was completed. Zichen opened his eyes. In an instant, there seemed to be a flash of lightning in his eyes. True qi stage 5th level, I finally broke through. Zichen's face had a touch of joy. Taking the step and successfully entering the inner sect was equivalent to opening a new door for himself. The world in the future would be very exciting. Refining the 2 true qi dan did not take much time. There was still nearly a month before the inner sect exam. During this time, Zichen did not want to cause any more trouble, so he did not go back. Instead, he stayed in the forest. He calmed his heart and cultivated. During the day, Zichen would diligently practice his battle skills. Fusing the ferocious tiger fists with the flowing cloud steps, Zichen's battle prowess became even stronger. Pum! 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 In the forest, such sounds could be heard. One after another, large trees fell down. The roars of the ferocious tiger constantly rang out, scaring away many small beasts. At night, Zichen cultivated the heavenly lightning body tempering art. The surrounding energy of heaven and earth quickly gathered towards Zichen. After being absorbed by his heart, it was once again fed back. Time quickly passed. In the blink of an eye, more than half a month had passed. The forest was filled with the fragrance of flowers. Half of spring had already passed. The intersect exam should also begin. In the morning, Zichen, who was sitting cross-legged, opened his eyes. Today he would step onto the path home and fight to enter the intersect. In the past battles, the first place would receive a second-rate battle skill book and 3 true Qi Dan as a reward. I wonder what the first place reward will be this year. Zichen's eyes were filled with anticipation. The Nimbus martial ancestor welcomed a lively time. The intersect exam was held once every 2 years. If you missed this opportunity, you would have to wait another 2 years. In this lively atmosphere, Zichen's return didn't attract anyone's attention. Zichen, you finally returned. I was worried to death. Miao Kong was in his room. Seeing Zichen return, he was pleasantly surprised. I'm fine. I just didn't want to cause any more trouble, so I stayed outside for a while. Zichen smiled. I heard that after you all left that day, Fujie and Qiming also left. Did you meet them? Miao Kong asked. They're dead. The true Qi Dan are mine. Zichen explained what had happened that day. In just a few short months, your growth is truly terrifying. It seems this time you have a chance of taking first place. Miao Kong smiled. I only have a chance, but I can't guarantee anything. At the 4th level of True Qi, you were able to kill someone at the 5th level. Now that you've broken through, who would be your match? Just as Zichen returned, Wang Meng, who had refined 3 True Qi Dan, had also reached the critical point of breaking through. The surrounding spiritual qi surged, converging towards Wang Meng. Abdomen's true qi was also undergoing a transformation. 6th level of true qi, haha, this time first place is mine. A moment later, the spiritual qi returned to normal. Wang Meng opened his eyes, a trace of ecstasy on his face. Brother Meng, Brother Meng. Wang Meng's mood was very good after breaking through, but at this time, an anxious shout came from outside the door. Come in. The door was pushed open, and a green-robed disciple quickly walked in. He anxiously said, Brother Meng, something bad has happened. Zichen has returned, but Fu Jie and Qiming haven't. Even Lu Yang hasn't returned. Wang Meng's eyes flashed with a cold light. He asked, When did this happen? Just now. Zichen has just returned. Before Wang Meng went into seclusion, he had asked Lin Mi to stand guard and wait for Fu Jie and the rest to return. But after so many days, Lin Mi saw Zichen instead of Fu Jie and the rest. Zichen, I didn't expect you to pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger. You really deserve to die. Wang Meng was furious. Previously, he didn't know whether Zhao Ken and the rest were dead or alive. Now, Fu Jie and the rest hadn't returned. If it was a coincidence, Wang Meng wouldn't believe it, even if he was beaten to death. Pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? Brother Meng, you mean Fu Jie and Qiming were killed? Lin Mi found it hard to believe. The one who poured feces outside Zichen's house was him. It's hard to say, but we can't rule out this possibility. If Zichen broke through to the 5th level of True Qi, he must have used a True Qi Dan. Fu Jie and Qiming are doomed. Wang Meng's eyes flashed with a cold light. But so what if he broke through? In the 2nd round, he better not meet me. Otherwise, I will tear him apart. The intersect examination was divided into 2 rounds. The first round was mainly to test one's strength, while the second round was to test one's combat strength. The day of the examination was approaching. The disciples of the Nimbus martial ancestor who went out came back one after another. Some were happy, some were sad. Those who broke through to the 5th level of True Qi were naturally happy. Those who did not break through could only wait for another 2 years. When Zichen came back, it was morning. But at noon, someone came looking for him. It was Lin Shui. She had a slim figure and wore the green uniform of the Nimbus martial ancestor. Standing outside the door of Miao Kong's house, her beautiful face was like a green lotus that had just bloomed. The outer sect disciples came back one after another. There were a lot of them. Naturally, some of them saw Lin Shui standing outside the Miao Kong house. Lin Shui's face might not be comparable to the goddess Su Mengyao, but she was like a green lotus. She had a different kind of temperament, a different kind of beauty. If it wasn't for Su Mingyao's protection, who knows how many times she would have been killed. That day, Zichen luckily found the heavily injured Lin Shui. It was also because of her appearance that others coveted her and almost succeeded. Today, standing outside the Miao Kong house, it naturally attracted people's imagination. Isn't that Miao Kong's room? Why is Lin Shui standing outside the door? Is she waiting for Miao Kong? Bullshit, she's waiting for Zichen. I really don't know what kind of luck this kid has. Didn't he just come back with the heavily injured Lin Shui? Not only did he take advantage of her, he even made her fall for him. This world is too scary. Even a goddess has taken a fancy to a poor kid. What? Lin Shui is waiting for Zichen? Could it be that Zichen is back? He offended Wang Meng and Wang Xiong. Could it be that he's not dead yet? In the distance, people were discussing. All kinds of complicated emotions were spreading. There was also a sour smell in the air. Lin Shui. Zi Chan walked out of the door. After seeing Lin Shui, he was surprised. Where have you been all this time? I couldn't find you for a long time. Lin Shui ignored the discussion. At this moment, she only had Zi Chen in her eyes. I went to train. Zi Chen scratched his head and said, This is for you. Lin Shui smiled gently, and a porcelain bottle appeared in her hand. What is this? Zi Chen was surprised. Hee, you'll know when you open it. Lin Shui smiled and said, I'm going to enter the inner sect. You can't be too bad. Otherwise, the gap between us will get bigger and bigger. If I come to find you again, you'll feel even more inferior. This is a Zhenqi Dan. Zi Chen's face changed. He quickly shook his head and said, No, I can't take it. I haven't repaid you for saving my life that day. How can I take such a precious thing? Chapter 16. Zi Chen shook his head and insisted, No, I can't even lend it to you. What? Lin Shui's expression changed, and a trace of resentment appeared. Are you willing to stay in the outer sect for another 2 years? I've heard about what happened to you. It doesn't matter that you were betrayed by your friends. The most important thing is that you have to take responsibility and have confidence. Don't tell me that for your self-esteem, you don't even want to find a more suitable platform to grow in the inner sect? Lin Shui's eyes were filled with disappointment as she said loudly, Zi Chen, I, Lin Shui, have misjudged you. Before, I always thought that you had self-esteem, but also ambition and self-improvement. But now it seems that you just have low self-esteem. Even your self-esteem is a pitiful inferiority. Woo-woo. After saying that, Lin Shui actually squatted on the ground and started crying. Zi Chen stood there awkwardly. He originally wanted to tell Lin Shui that he had broken through, but unfortunately, before he could say it, he made her cry. Zi Chen, are you still a fucking man? You actually made Lin Shui cry. I think you're just a guy who lives off a woman. Trash! What qualifications do you have to make junior sister Lin Shui cry for you? Reprimands sounded in the distance. Those who dared to speak in this situation were naturally at True Qi Stage 5. Only those who were about to enter the inner sect dared to speak like this. Scram! Zi Chen angrily shouted in the distance. Don't fucking let me meet you during the exam. Otherwise, I'll beat you until even your mothers won't recognize you. What, you? In the distance, the people who had just roared changed their expressions. What about me? I'm also at True Qi Stage 5 and stronger than you. Zi Chen angrily said. Swearing like this was naturally not Zi Chen's strong point. But at this moment, he said this to tell Lin Shui that he had broken through. So he didn't want her true Qi Dan. Good boy, you have guts. Let's see who will beat who. I, Keshui, will beat the shit out of you. Leaving behind these words, Kushwa left. Boy, see you at the exam. Let's see if you can still be so arrogant at that time. The others also left one after another. As for those below, True Chi Stage 5, when they heard that Zi-chan had broken through, they all left dejectedly, not daring to say a single word. You really broke through? Xue Lin had stopped crying, but there were still traces of tears on her face. Yes, Zi-chan nodded and joked. I wanted to tell you, but you made it sound like it was worthless. You're bad. Xue Lin stood up and swung her little fist towards Zi-chen's chest. Zi-chen stood there motionless, letting Lin Xue hit him. Idiot, idiot, stupid pig, idiot. You should have hugged her in this kind of situation. Inside the room, Miao Kong gnashed his teeth in hatred when he saw Zi-chen standing there motionlessly. After repeatedly assuring Xue Lin that he would definitely be able to enter the inner sect and obtain a good ranking, Xue Lin finally gave up the idea of giving Zi-chen a true Chi-dan. Afterwards, she turned around and left. Zi-chan returned to the room, but found that Miao Kong's complexion was not good. What's wrong? Zi-chen asked in a puzzled manner. It didn't matter if he didn't ask, but once he asked, it was like a flood being released. Miao Kong rushed towards Zi-chen and said, Are you stupid? Such a good opportunity, yet you didn't grasp it. You really are a stupid pig. You don't even know how to pick up girls. Even if you don't know how to pick up girls, you should have grabbed this opportunity to please Xue Lin, which is equivalent to pleasing Su Mengyao. When you enter the inner sect, with her protecting you, who would dare to touch you? Who cares about Wang Xiong? Miao Kong's roar made Zi-chen feel very moved. Obviously, Miao Kong was thinking for him. He knew that he had offended Wang Xiong, so entering the inner sect would not be easy. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Zi-chen could only smile and say, You don't even know how to pick up a girl. Lin Xue is so beautiful, so pure like a green lotus. To think that she would take a fancy to a pile of cow dung like you. Sigh. I carried Lin Xue back with a heavily injured body, with no one to rely on, looking so delicate and pitiful. With that small body on my back, I felt as light as if she had no bones. Walking on the bumpy mountain road, how could such a good thing happen to you? To think that I, Miao Kong, am so handsome and elegant. So how could I not encounter such a good thing? Bah! Zi-chen was speechless. Wang Xiong did not find trouble with Zi-chen again. The news of Zi-chen breaking through to the 5th level of the Zhenqi realm had also spread. During this period of time, Xue Lin had come twice. Every time she left, Miao Kong would roar at Zi-chen as if he had expected better from him, and then teach him some techniques to pick up girls. However, no matter how Zi-chen listened to these techniques, he felt that they were somewhat despicable. It was not how to push down, but how to hug and how to create an atmosphere. A few days later, the inner sect examination began with a bang. The Nimbus martial ancestors' outer sect had a huge square that could hold nearly 10,000 people. Around the square were many outer sect disciples who did not have the qualifications to participate in the examination. At the center of the square were hundreds of outer sect disciples who did have the qualifications. Zi-chen was one of these hundreds of people. On his left stood Miao Kong, and on his right stood Xue Lin. Their gazes were all fixed on the high platform in front of them. They were quietly waiting for the inner sect examination elders to appear. The elders of the Nimbus martial ancestor were all in the innate realm. Among them, the great elder was the strongest in the true Yuan realm. In the absence of the sect leader, everything in the Nimbus martial ancestor was decided by the great elder. In the past examinations, the great elder would not appear at all. Only the elders who were in charge of managing the inner sect would appear. However, today the first to appear was an old man wearing a red robe. He had white hair and a youthful face, and his eyes were as sharp as an eagle's. As soon as he appeared on the high platform, an invisible oppressive aura spread out. True Yuan realm, a realm higher than the innate realm. The oppressive aura made it difficult for the outer sect disciples to breathe. This is the aura of a true Yuan realm master. After personally feeling the aura of the true element mirror, Zichen's heart shook. However, it was not the aura that shook him, but the aura of the figure that had appeared in his sea of consciousness that day. That figure was comparable to the heavens and earth, and that aura was many times stronger than the aura of the true element mirror. Great Elder, the Great Elder actually appeared in this examination. Oh my God, the Great Elder is in charge of the core disciples. He actually came to participate in the inner sect examination. Could it be that this time's examination is different? The atmosphere in the crowd became even more heated, and the sounds of discussion constantly rang out. The Great Elder's aura was enough to suppress all the other elders. Therefore, after the exclamations, the other elders appeared, but they seemed much calmer. On the high platform, the Great Elder standing in the middle waved his hand slightly, and the crowd instantly quieted down. The biennial inner sect examination has begun once again. The Great Elder's vigorous and powerful voice rang out, but this time it is somewhat different from the previous examinations. Before the Great Elder's voice had even faded away, the crowd once again became noisy, and the sounds of discussion once again rang out. Different? What's different? Could it be that the rules have changed? Quiet. The Great Elder's voice reached everyone's ears, and the huge square once again became silent. The rules haven't changed. There will still be 2 rounds. The first round will test strength, and the second round will test combat strength. Everything is the same as before, but the rewards have changed. Everyone pricked up their ears, clearly paying close attention to the rewards. In the second round of the previous years, the first place would receive 3 true chi pills and a second-rate battle skill. The second place would receive 2 true chi pills and a second-rate battle skill. The 10th place would receive a second-rate battle skill. But this year is different. The first place this year will receive 5 true chi pills and a first-rate battle skill. The second place will receive 3 true chi pills and a second-rate battle skill. The third place will receive 2 true chi pills and a second-rate battle skill. The fourth place will receive 1 true chi pill. The reward for the first place was doubled, and aside from that, there was also a first-rate battle skill. But before the crowd could cheer, the Great Elder once again said, "Aside from that, there is also the highest reward. Us elders, after some discussion, have solemnly decided that among the inner sect disciples, we will find a disciple with the highest potential and let him directly enter the core and become a core disciple." Hua! After the Great Elder's words, the crowd was in an uproar, and then it was once again silent. In the Nimbus martial ancestor, the core disciples were the ones who received the highest treatment. But for the outer sect disciples, they didn't even dare to think about becoming a core disciple, because that was a place where even the inner sect disciples would break their heads in order to enter. Even Wang Xiong's ultimate goal of obtaining Zichen's 500-year-old snow ginseng was to enter the core and become a core disciple. It could be said that becoming a core disciple was the ultimate dream of all the Nimbus martial ancestor disciples. In the past, they could only enter the inner sect and then pass the test to enter the core. But this time, there was a spot given to an outer sect disciple. In other words, among the 1,000 people, there would be one person who would become a core disciple. It could be said that they had reached the heavens in a single bound. I must become a core disciple. A cyan-clothed youth clenched his fists, and his eyes emitted a blazing light. "Idiot, in your dreams." Someone next to him sneered. "Core disciple, this spot is mine." Another youth's eyes were filled with fanaticism. At this moment, the light in the eyes of all the youths was the same, including Wang Xiong, Miao Kong, Zichen, and Lin Shui. Becoming a core disciple was the ultimate dream of every disciple. Waves of battle intent rose from the center of the square, but outside of the square there were sighs of sorrow. The reward for this test was too precious, but they didn't have the qualifications to participate. Good, very good. The future of the Nimbus martial ancestor will depend on you. Feeling the rising battle intent below, the great elder nodded his head in satisfaction. Now, the first round of the test will begin. Successfully enter the inner sect passage, and from now on, you will be an inner sect disciple. Just as the great elder's voice faded away, another round of the inner sect test began. After all, it was a test for disciples and not a cruel selection. Therefore, the first round of the test was relatively safe. It was just a test of one's strength and whether or not one had reached true Chi Stage 5. Chapter 17. Charge! As soon as the great elder's voice fell, the group of outer court disciples rushed to the other side of the square, like a flood that had broken through a dam. Hundreds of people flew across the square and arrived in front of a huge mountain wall. The mountain wall was hundreds of meters high and as smooth as a mirror. There were only a few shallow pits on it that could be used as stepping stones. In the first round of the Zhen Qi test, one had to first step onto the mountain wall and then enter the tunnel in the mountain wall. If one passed the test safely, they would pass the first round. In the previous years, the success rate had always been above 99%. Those who dared to participate in the inner sect test were naturally confident that they would pass. In other words, there were at least hundreds of people who could pass the test. With so many people passing the test, it was naturally impossible for all of them to participate in the second round. Therefore, half of the people who passed the first round would not be able to participate in the second round. And this half would be the final half of the people who passed the test. In order to pass the test early, the crowd went crazy. After arriving in front of the mountain wall, they continuously used their Jin Qi and flew up the mountain wall. At the same time, they used the shallow pits on the mountain wall to use their Jin Qi again. Shwa! 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 After a few jumps, a green-robed disciple was the first to reach the cave that was hundreds of meters above the mountain wall. Just before entering the cave, he turned his head and a confident sneer flashed across his eyes. This person was actually Wang Meng. Wang Meng was at Zhen Qi Stage 6, so it was reasonable for him to be so fast. However, just as Wang Meng's feet landed on the ground, another figure flew up from below like a big bird. His speed was actually only slightly slower than Wang Meng's. This was an unfamiliar youth. He was very handsome, and his eyes were as bright as Xing Chen's. The aura he emitted was also at Zhen Qi Stage 6. Wang Meng did not recognize this person. After seeing the youth, he was clearly stunned. The youth sneered at Wang Meng and entered the cave. Damn it, where did this kid come from? His footwork is actually a second-rate battle skill. Wang Meng cursed in his heart. He felt that he had met a great enemy. His dream of becoming the core disciple seemed to have become more difficult because of this youth's appearance. Wang Meng rushed into the cave. Damn it, don't fight with me. Damn it, don't step on my head. Get down here. Those who ran fast at the beginning naturally ran very smoothly. Those who ran at a moderate pace and followed the rest of the group naturally appeared to be in a mess. Although the mountain was very large and there were many caves, it was impossible for hundreds of people to reach the top at the same time. Therefore, when these people rose into the air and had nowhere to borrow strength, they would subconsciously step on the heads or shoulders of those who came after them to raise their chi again. Angry curses and roars rang out one after another. There were people stepping on their heads and shoulders everywhere. The scene was truly chaotic to the extreme. Mother asterisk her, get lost. I am Kushwa. Who dares to fight with me? An angry shout came from the crowd. Then, a green-robed disciple soared into the air. He stepped on a person's shoulder and head in midair, and his body rose up again. Just as he was feeling proud of himself, he felt someone stepping on his head. A clear footprint appeared. Then his figure that was soaring in the air slowed down and fell down. Zichin, you mother asterisk her, just you wait. Just as his figure fell down, Kushwe saw Zichin flying over his head. He He cursed unwillingly and then fell to the ground with a bang. Ku Shui landed on the ground and let out another roar. Once again, he stomped on two people in the air and borrowed their strength. But right after that, he felt a fragrant wind caressing his face. His head was once again stepped on by someone, and his body fell down once more. You. Ku Shui raised his head and was about to curse when he saw a cute figure. It was Lin Shui. Ku Shui fell to the ground before he finished cursing, but he could faintly hear a curse. Zi Qin, you mother *cur, just you wait. It turned out that he also counted Lin Shui's debt on Zi Chen's head. After Miao Kong arrived in front of the mountain wall, he tapped his foot. His body was like a swallow, unusually agile. His mysterious footwork seemed to be even more elegant than Zi Chen's. He only borrowed strength a few times in the air, and his whole body was already at the entrance of the cave. Miao Kong's borrowed strength was still stepping on people's heads, but he didn't step on any of them. He was like a light swan. Let's go. Zi Qin was at the edge of the cave. Seeing the two coming up one after another, he signaled them to go forward. As soon as they entered the cave, a pressure appeared, causing the three of them to suddenly slow down. Be careful, there is a pressure in this cave. It is used to test one's strength. If one is at the 4th level of Jin Qi, their speed will be greatly hindered by this pressure. It will be very difficult to dodge the attacks of the wooden puppets. Lin Shui said to the two, just as they entered the cave. Whoosh! As soon as Lin Shui's voice fell, a strong wind rushed toward Zi Chen's face. Zi Chen punched forward with all his strength. Pow! Following a dull sound, Zi Chen took 2 steps back. In front of him, a 2-meter-tall wooden puppet also staggered back. Seeing Zi Chen easily knock back the wooden puppet, Miao Kong and Lin Shui's eyes instantly changed. They looked at Zi Chen as if they were looking at a monster. You're only at the 5th level of Zhen Qi, but you can actually knock back the wooden puppet? Is this very strong? Zi Chen frowned. Is it not strong? Look at them. Miao Kong rolled his eyes and signaled Zi Chen to look ahead. He saw that those who had already entered the 5th level of Jin Qi were all dodging when they encountered the wooden puppet. No one dared to face the wooden puppet head-on. Zi Chen finally saw someone who didn't believe in heresy, but after a single attack from the wooden puppet, he was knocked back 7 or 8 meters. The wooden puppet didn't move at all. It seems to be really strong, Zi Chen muttered. The 2 of them were speechless. The 3 of them continued forward. However, at this moment, a scream suddenly sounded from behind the 2 of them. They saw a green-clothed disciple come up. After facing the pressure, he couldn't help but kneel down. Then he was attacked by the wooden puppet, and his entire body flew out of the cave. Sai, let's go. Every year, there are people who don't believe in heresy. Even if a 4th level Zhen Qi climbs up the cliff and reaches here, they will still face the pressure and the wooden puppet. If they fall from such a high place, even if they don't die, they will be seriously injured. Their life can be considered crippled. Miao Kong sighed and signaled the 3 of them to continue forward. Immediately after, 2 more screams sounded from behind them. Obviously, 2 more peak 4th level Zhen Qi cultivators who wanted to take advantage of the loophole were sent out of the cave by the pressure and the wooden puppet. A 5th level Zhen Qi cultivator could pass through here unimpeded, but a 4th level Zhen Qi cultivator would find it difficult to move. Regarding the pressure here, Zi Chen was very puzzled. It is said that this cave was personally built by the Nimbus martial ancestors' Grand Elder for the purpose of the examination. For so many years, there has never been a mistake. Seeing Zi Chen's puzzlement, Lin Shui explained. With a good sister like Su Mengyao, Lin Shui naturally knew a lot of secrets about the Nimbus martial ancestor. Grand Elder isn't the strongest person in the Nimbus martial ancestor the Grand Elder? Miao Kong asked doubtfully. I don't know about this. Senior Sister Mengyao said so. Lin Shui said. The three of them quickly passed through the cave. In front of them was an even bigger square. Many people had already gathered here. Among them, there were inner sect disciples and also many outer sect disciples. In the inner sect disciple examination, the highest level was Zhen Qi Stage 5. Naturally, these inner sect disciples didn't put them in their eyes. However, this time there were many inner sect disciples gathered here. Apart from some who were here because of Su Mengyao, there were also some who were very curious about the little guy who was lucky enough to enter the core. After all, it was their wish to become a core disciple. Su Mengyao was here, and so was Wang Xiong. However, compared to Su Mengyao, Wang Xiong was almost negligible. However, in the square, besides Su Mengyao, who was dressed in white, there was another person who attracted a lot of attention. It was a young man in black. His eyes were bright, and his eyebrows were sharp. He stood there with an unusually cold expression. He was cool and handsome. Even if a man saw him, he couldn't help but take a second look. Black was the symbol of a core disciple, and this person was standing beside Su Mengyao. The two of them looked like an immortal couple. This attracted a lot of attention. There were many inner sect female disciples who looked at the young man in black. Their eyes were shining with splendor. They couldn't wait to replace Su Mengyao. It's him? When Ziqin and the others came out, Lin Shui saw the young man in black. She was obviously shocked. Who is he? Ziqin also saw the young man in black beside Su Mengyao. However, he didn't know why, but when he saw the two of them matching so well, Ziqin couldn't help but feel pain in his heart. It seemed to be a common problem for men. In his heart, no matter how he looked at the two, he felt that they were not a good match. Chen Feng, the number 1 core disciple. He is also the direct disciple of the sect master and the next successor of the sect master. Lin Shui looked at Chen Feng with a complicated expression and explained softly. Chen's expression changed slightly. Chen Feng's identity wasn't something he could compete with. Now, the two of them were like an eagle and an ant. They were in two different worlds. While he was shocked by Chen Feng's identity, Chen didn't notice Lin Shui's complicated expression. When Lin Shui came out, Su Mengyao naturally saw her. Finally, a smile appeared on her indifferent face. Chen Feng stood beside Su Mengyao. In his eyes there was only Su Mengyao. Seeing Su Mengyao smile, he turned his head and saw Lin Shui. At the same time, he saw Ziqin and Miao Kong beside Lin Shui. Then, a faint smile appeared on his cool face. In this place, Su Mengyao and Chen Feng naturally received more attention than those elders. Both of them were smiling, and they were smiling in the same direction. Naturally, many people's gazes were directed towards them. Chapter 18. The participating disciples appeared one after another, but it was destined that the last half of them would not have the qualifications to participate in the second round. But they didn't have anything to be dispirited about. If the first round was so slow, then the second round was even less of an extravagant hope. After all, only the top 10 would be rewarded. The success rate of this round was still above 99%. Those who were unlucky enough to die or be seriously injured were all trying to bluff their way through. There were close to 1,000 people participating in the exam. Half of them were left behind, but there were still 400 people. Ziqin was one of these 400 people. He was very unremarkable, and Miao Kong was even more unremarkable. The two unremarkable people set off the eye-catching Lin Shui. Good, very good. In this square, there was also a platform. The first elder stood in the middle of the platform and looked down at the several hundred people below with a satisfied smile on his face. The other elders stood on both sides, each with a chair behind them. Even if the first elder didn't sit, they still stood. You have all passed the first round of the exam. From now on, you are the inner disciples of the Nimbus martial ancestor. You will enjoy the treatment of an inner disciple. Following the first elder's words, cheers came from the crowd. The treatment of an inner disciple was much better than that of an outer disciple. Just receiving a true chi pill for free every year was enough to make an outer disciple envious. In addition, they could also earn contribution points to exchange for true chi pills. These were the privileges of an inner disciple. A 500-year-old snow ginseng, if exchanged for contribution points by an inner disciple, could be exchanged for at least 10 true chi pills. But if it was Zichin, he could only exchange for 5 true chi pills, because Zichin had privately exchanged with an inner disciple. After the cheers, it was time for the main event. In the competition, the top 10 would all receive generous rewards. In addition, the other core disciple would also be selected from these 10. Everyone who had the qualifications to participate was rubbing their fists, their battle intent surging. Next is the time for the competition. It is also the time for you to see your strength. We old fellows will hold a fair and just battle to test your potential. From there, we will choose the one with the most potential. As the first elder spoke, below him was a group of fanatical inner disciples. In the distance, there was a group of elders who were counting the names and preparing to arrange the competition. The division work lasted for an hour. The great elder also passionately gave a speech for an hour on the high platform, causing the blood of the people below to boil. All right, the battle will begin now. Those who hear your name, please step forward. The speech finally came to an end after these words. He sat down, and the other elders beside him also sat down. Kushwa! Someone nearby shouted out a name. Here! Kushwa stared blankly for a moment before shouting out loud. He didn't expect that the first name in the first round would be him. Wu Ling here. Another green-robed disciple stepped forward. Ku Xuezhan Wu Ling, Wang Meng versus Yi Hongsheng. Wu Xingzhan Wang Huachu. Miaokong versus Lu Guando. Tongxian battle Xuelin. Zichin versus Guanyin. As the names were called out one by one, the battles were carried out one after another. However, the first round of battles was not very exciting. Many of the outer sect disciples were interested in the battles, but the inner sect disciples were not interested in them. Their eyes were fixed on the few people in the arena. They were Wang Meng, who was the first to arrive, and Wu Sheng, who was the second to arrive. Wang Xiong, that kid is your younger brother, right? Not bad, he's at True Chi Stage 6. There's hope for him to get first place. A white-robed inner disciple said to Wang Xiong. Of course. Wang Xiong seemed very confident. All right, if your younger brother gets into the core, you'll be rich too. Don't forget about us when the time comes. Another inner disciple said, Don't worry. Wang Xiong seemed very proud. In this batch of disciples, there were only a few who could fight. Among them, Wang Meng's performance was the most outstanding. If there were no accidents, Wang Meng would definitely get first place and become a core disciple. At this time, some inner disciples saw the signs and came to Wang Xiong to express their goodwill. Don't worry, we're all brothers. Wang Xiong smiled proudly. In the past, it was Wang Meng who relied on him. Today, he finally got to rely on Wang Meng. However, he wasn't jealous. Instead, he was very happy. However, when his eyes fell on Zichen, he snorted. Humph, it's him. What's wrong, brother? Wang Xiong's face turned cold. Naturally, it attracted the attention of many inner disciples. Following Wang Xiong's gaze, they saw Zichen. Isn't that kid following Lin Shui? Do you know him? Someone asked. There's some conflict between us. Wang Xiong said coldly. Conflict? Don't worry, as long as he gets into the inner sect, I guarantee that he won't live for more than 3 days. One of the inner disciples said coldly, What's his name? Zichen. At this time, Zichen had already arrived at the arena. Standing in front of him was Guanyin, a rough-looking youth. With your small body, you should surrender early. I don't want to kill you with one punch. Guanyin said loudly when he saw the skinny Zichen. Cut the crap, let's fight, Zi-Chin said indifferently. Haha, then you can wait to be sent flying. Guanyin laughed. With a tap of his foot, flowing cloud steps appeared. At the same time, he waved his steel-like fists and punched toward Zi-Chin. Zi-Chen tapped his foot and quickly retreated. There were many battles in the square, but only a few attracted attention. Zi-Chen was one of them. Other than Wang Xiong and the rest, Su Mengyao and Qin Feng were also looking at him from afar. This kid is too ordinary. Why is he with Xue Er? I heard that you went to the outer sect for this kid? Qin Feng looked at Zi-Chin, who was dodging, and said indifferently, You're monitoring me? Su Mengyao said unhappily, Junior sister, you're famous in Nimbus martial ancestor. You'll attract attention wherever you go. Why would I need to monitor you? Besides, you'll be Nimbus martial ancestor in the future. I know everything. Qin Feng smiled faintly. His smile was like a spring breeze. But this kid is not a good match for Xue Er. He's just a pile of cow dung. He's worse than a toad. How can he be a match for Xue Er? Chen Feng's eyes suddenly turned cold. Don't mess around. This is Xue Er's choice. Besides, what does this have to do with you? Su Mingyao's voice was calm, but her frowning eyebrows betrayed her. Obviously, she was confused as to why Xue Er would choose such an ordinary kid. Ordinary looks and ordinary strength. From the start of the battle, Zi-Chen had been dodging. He would occasionally attack, but he was always pushed back by Guanyin. The first round of battle was coming to an end. Wang Meng was the first to win, pushing back his opponent with one move. Wu Sheng was the second, also pushing back his opponent with one move. Miao Kong's flowing cloud steps had already comprehended the true meaning. After dodging an attack, he took advantage of his opponent's weakness to attack and win. Then it was Xue Er's turn. Ku Xue also won. When the battle was coming to an end, Zi-Chen hurriedly stepped aside and punched out, winning by luck. Damn it! What kind of world is this? He's really lucky. Guanyin cursed. He had been taking the initiative all along, but he suddenly lost in one move. You dare to step on my head with just this little bit of strength. Zi-Chin, you better pray that you don't meet me. Otherwise, I will beat you into a pig's head. Ku Xue softly said as he walked past Zi-Chin. Be careful. If you meet me, I'll accidentally kill you. Wang Meng sneered as he walked past Zi-Chin. Although killing was not allowed in the battle, accidents could happen. Occasionally, cultivators would be killed. Good luck. Zi-Chin, good luck. Miao Kong and Lin Xue also walked over. The first round of battle was over. In the blink of an eye, half of the 400 people were left. After a while, another battle began. It was still an elimination system. One round determined the winner. Pum! Wang Meng sent the green-robed disciple flying with one palm. 6th stage true chi stage, and a second-rate battle skill, he won completely. Boom! Wu Sheng also sent another person flying. In this assessment, the two of them were the most eye-catching existences. If there were no accidents, the first place should be between the two of them. However, judging from the current situation, the first place was very likely to be Wang Meng. Wang Meng was at the 6th stage true chi stage, while Wu Sheng was at the 5th stage true chi stage. Of course, there was the possibility that Wu Sheng was hiding his strength. Along the way, he was very calm. When he looked at Wang Meng's provocative face, he was also abnormally calm. Miao Kong still used his footwork to win easily. Lin Xue did the same. She had a second-rate battle skill, 1,000 illusory palms. Her attacks were both real and fake, making people unable to distinguish between real and fake. After battle, Zi-Chin still won with a slight advantage. Now was not the time to reveal his strength. The third round of battles began. This time, there were still more than 100 people left. The strong side was still strong. Zi-Chin was still walking on the path of luck. Sure. After Zi-Chin won the third round by luck again, the crowd started to boo. In their opinion, Zichen's strength was really ordinary. Every time he won, it was because his opponent was careless and gave him an opportunity. The boos from the crowd became louder and louder. This time, the competition was also carried out amidst the boos of the crowd until only 20 people were left. Night fell, and the sky was already dark. Today's battles will end here. We will continue tomorrow. The head elder stood up from the high platform and announced the end of today's battles. Some of the outer disciples left dejectedly. As for Zichen and the others who had passed the assessment from today onwards, they would become inner disciples and enjoy the treatment of inner disciples. Very unusual. Su Mengyao also left, but she remembered Zichen. He could be lucky once, but he could not be lucky every time. She was at the peak of True Qi Stage 8, and her eyesight was extraordinary. Naturally, she could see that Zichen was not ordinary. Other than Su Mengyao, many of the inner disciples could see that Zichen was not ordinary. Only many of the outer disciples could not see the knack of it and kept on booing. Although Zichen was not ordinary, no one cared about him. Because today there were two people who were too outstanding. One was Wang Meng and the other was Wu Sheng. Everyone knew that Wang Meng was Wang Xiong's younger brother. It was reasonable for him to have a second-rate battle skill. However, Wu Sheng was a stranger. No one knew where he came from, but he knew second-rate battle skills and even knew second-rate footwork. During the day of the battle, Zichen and the others' accommodations had already been arranged. In the room, there were a few sets of clothes and a white jade token. On one side of the token was written Nimbus Martial Ancestor, and on the other side was written Zichen's name. Chapter 19. On the morning of the second day, the golden sunlight shone on yesterday's square, turning it into a golden color. The winner of the battle would be decided today. Who would become a core disciple would also be revealed today. Early in the morning, many people had gathered here. Apart from the many outer disciples, there were also many inner disciples who came to see who would be the lucky one today. At the same time, there were also some inner disciples who used their contribution points to bet. Yesterday's green robes were replaced by today's white robes. 20 white-robed inner disciples appeared one after another. The first to arrive was Wang Meng. Dressed in white, Wang Meng looked very energetic. As soon as he appeared, he attracted many cheers. Of course, most of them were female disciples. Next was Wu Sheng. This nameless kid had also accumulated a lot of popularity from yesterday's battle. Some people also cheered. Next was Miao Kong. With his small eyes and ordinary appearance, he was ignored by everyone. After Miao Kong, it was Zichen. Dressed in white, Zichen looked handsome and confident. However, his popularity was not high and there were no cheers. Just as he appeared, deafening boos sounded in the square. That's him, Zichen. That lucky bastard. That's him. The boos were like the waves of the sea. Wave after wave. It was continuous without any intention of stopping. Looks like you're more miserable than me. Miao Kong turned his head and joked. Zichen helplessly spread out his hands. He did not care about those boos at all, because today he wanted to show his strongest strength and compete for the first place. This was Zichen's ultimate goal. Today's result would be decided in one battle. Zichen did not need to hide anymore. The reason why he hid yesterday was because he was afraid that someone would feel threatened and take advantage of the night to attack him. After the boos, there was another round of cheers. These cheers were not weaker than the boos at all. Lin Shui came out behind Zichen and was welcomed. Then there were more than 10 people. Among them was Ku Shui. He was a sturdy young man who used a set of iron fists to fight his way into the top 20. Very good. The great elder stood on the high platform, dressed in a red robe, and once again gave a speech. Looking at all of you, I can see the future of the Nimbus Martial Ancestor. The Nimbus Martial Ancestor is brilliant because of all of you. Let's fight and stimulate all of your potential. Let us old men see your true strength." The crowd was boiling with excitement. The 20 youths were all excited. Their eyes were filled with fanaticism and battle intent. Zi-Chin was one of them. Today he was going to show off his skills and enter the core disciples. He wanted to shock and awe everyone with today's battle. "All right, I see that all of you are ready. Let the battle begin," said the great elder. The battle list had already been announced yesterday. The one who would be fighting Zi-Chin was Lu Ben, an 18-year-old youth who used a third-rate combat skill, the wind-splitting blade. Just like Linning, it was just that Lu Ben's comprehension of battle techniques was stronger. He had almost touched upon the essence of battle techniques. The 20 youths were divided into 10 battle areas. The battle began immediately. Outside the arena, Su Mengyao appeared as usual. However, for the first battle, she did not look at Xuelin. Instead, she looked at Zi-Chin. "I wonder what his potential is like. He hid his strength yesterday, but today he is going to show it all. He is very cautious," Su Mengyao thought to herself. Her beautiful eyes seemed to be filled with curiosity. Beside her, Qin Feng noticed every change in Su Mengyao's expression. He looked at Zi-Chin, and an undetectable cold light flashed in his eyes. At the same time, those who noticed Zi-Chin hiding his strength yesterday also stared at Zi-Chin. Wang Xiong and the other inner disciples who wanted to fight against Zi-Chin also did the same. "Zi-Chin, your luck has come to an end since you met me, Lu Ben." Lu Ben unsheathed his long blade, emitting a cold light. He grinned at Zi-Chin. "Your strength is not bad. You have a chance to enter the top 10. Unfortunately, you met me," Zi-Chin said calmly. "Shameless boasting. Zi-Chin, it's not too late for you to admit defeat. Otherwise, don't blame me for not warning you if you get hurt by my blade." Lu Ben was furious, and the long blade in his hand began to dance. "Lu Ben, teach Zi-Chin a lesson." "That's right. We must let this lucky bastard see your strength. Tell him that luck is just luck. It can't be compared to strength." The inner disciples who were defeated by Zi-Chin yesterday, by luck began to shout outside today. "Let's fight. You have one chance to fight." Zi-Chen was still calm as he looked at Lu Ben and said lightly, "Humph. Then let me see if you have the opportunity to block my attack." Lu Ben coldly snorted. The saber light suddenly flashed and chopped towards Zi-Chin. While the saber light was flickering, Lu Ben had already chopped out more than 10 saber lights. It was as if a dense saber net was moving towards Zi-Chin. Without grasping the true meaning, your blade light is full of flaws. Looking at the dense net of blades, Zi-Chin shook his head, his eyes full of disdain. He moved his feet and dodged the densest attack of the net of blades by a hair's breadth. At the same time, he clenched his fists and roared like a tiger. Tiger descends the mountain. A fierce punch passed through the dense net of blades and hit Lu Ben's chest directly. Pum! After a muffled sound, Lu Ben's body flew backward, and the long blade in his hand fell out of his hand in an instant. Lu Ben was defeated in one blow. Originally, there was still some mocking laughter in the surroundings, but after Zi-Chen's clean victory, all the mocking laughter stopped abruptly. This is the true meaning of combat skills. This little brat actually grasped the true meaning of combat skills. Out of the 3 moves of the ferocious tiger fist, he actually managed to use the true meaning of one move. His talent is really good. On the high platform, the expressions of the elders were also surprised. True meaning. Su Mingyao's beautiful eyes flashed. In the past, there were only a few who were able to grasp the true meaning of combat skills at the 5th stage of the True Qi realm, but every one of them was able to get a good ranking. Grasping the true meaning, he has the strength to enter the top 10. But did he hide yesterday just for this one move of the true meaning? Su Mengyao was puzzled. Just one move of the true meaning. Qin Feng curled his lips. Back then, when he was at the 5th stage of the True Qi realm, he comprehended the true meaning of a combat skill. To actually comprehend the true meaning, I have underestimated you. Wang Xiong's eyes flashed a cold light. So what if it's just one move of the true meaning? It's still trash and he still has to die. An inner disciple beside him said. The battles of the top 10 were very exciting. Zi Chen's unexpected victory naturally attracted everyone's attention. In an instant, the others no longer hid their strength. Mountains splitting palm. Wang Meng roared, and a sharp aura was emitted from his body. His palm was raised high like a sharp blade and fiercely chopped forward. Pum! With one strike, the winner was decided. Second-rate combat skill, and comprehending the true meaning, the opponent was already lucky to not die. Starburst Fist. Wu Sheng's body suddenly emitted a violent aura. His whole body was like a ball of fire that could explode at any time. His whole fist emitted a white light and collided with his opponent's fist. Kacha! The sound of bones breaking was instantly heard. Wu Sheng's opponent was sent flying with both of his arms hanging. Another second-rate combat skill that comprehended the true meaning. Thousand Mirage Palm. Layers of palm shadows appeared in the sky. Some were real and some were illusory. There were hundreds of palm prints covering the sky and covering the earth. Xue Lin's attack was also filled with the true meaning. What is this situation? The spectators in the distance were already dumbfounded. The elders on the high platform were more and more surprised. The continuous appearance of the true meaning was out of their expectations. Compared to Zi Chen's third-rate combat skills' true meaning, the other's second-rate combat skills' true meaning was the most shocking. As everyone knew, second-rate combat skills were much stronger than third-rate combat skills. They were also harder to cultivate. However, once one comprehended the true meaning, their combat strength would be comparable to first-rate combat skills. Zi Chen, who had previously shocked everyone, seemed too ordinary in the face of these second-rate battle skills' battle intents. Thus, he was ignored again. Miao Kong's flowing cloud steps had already reached the stage where he could move according to his heart's desire. With this technique, he was almost unbeatable. He always dodged the opponent's attack by a hair's breadth, and then took the opportunity to attack. In the end, he won. Everyone won one after another. The top 10 had been decided. However, the fact that all 10 of them comprehended the true meaning made the spectators in the distance go into an uproar. I didn't expect there to be so many hidden dragons and crouching tigers in this outer disciple assessment. Qin Feng said indifferently. It was unknown whether he was praising or ridiculing. Amazing. Everyone actually comprehended the true meaning. Their talent is also extraordinary, the spectators exclaimed. On the high platform, the great elder was still calm. The other elders were also a little surprised, but that was it. The top 10 list had been revealed. Wang Meng, Wu Sheng, Miao Kong, Lin Xue, Ku Xue, Luo Fei, Lin Mingchuan, Lu Lusheng, Peng Lujia, and Zichen. The 10 of them had comprehended the true meaning of their combat skills, but Zichen was ranked last. Soon, another ranking appeared. Wang Meng against Luo Fei, Wu Sheng against Lin Mingchuan, Miao Kong against Lu Lusheng, Lin Xue against Peng Lujia, and Ku Xue against Zichen. There was a difference of 5 ranks between the two sides. The second round began again. This time, the battle was obviously more intense. Hee, Zichen, you didn't expect that you would finally fall into my hands, right? Looking at Zichen in front of him, Ku Xue laughed. He clenched his fists, and his knuckles made cracking sounds. You didn't expect it? Zichen said indifferently. But since I've met you, I naturally won't forget my promise. Promise? What promise? Ku Xue was stunned. I'll beat you until even your mother can't recognize you, Zichen said. Good boy. Ku Xue was so angry that he laughed. I'll also keep my promise and beat your head into a pig's head. Third-grade combat skill, Iron Fist. As soon as his voice fell, Ku Xue waved his iron fists, and with a whistling sound, he fiercely punched towards Zichen. Roar! Chapter 20. Zichen clenched his fists. True qi surged around his body, and he seemed to have transformed into a fierce tiger in an instant. His two fists intertwined. Fierce Tiger descends the mountain had already attacked, but it was immediately followed by the second move, Fierce Tiger Roar. After the second attack, Zichen had no intention of attacking a third time. That was because 2 moves were enough. The iron fist was like an iron hammer, bringing with it a strong wind as it flew towards Zichen's face. However, after the roar of the tiger, Zichen's fist also arrived in front of the iron fist. Pum! The 2 fists collided, producing a muffled sound. Due to his powerful physique, Zichen's body only swayed slightly before he remained motionless. On the other hand, Kushue felt a surge of energy gushing out from Zichen's fist, causing his body to involuntarily retreat. Bang, bang, bang. In the blink of an eye, he retreated over 10 steps. His qi and blood were constantly churning. When he retreated to the final step, he couldn't help but cough up a mouthful of blood. Zichen's power caused Ku Shue's expression to change. Aside from his comprehension of battle skills, Zichen seemed to have another kind of power. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to defeat him in one blow. Swish! A white shadow flashed in front of Ku Shue's eyes. Ku Shue saw Zichen appear in front of him, followed by a pair of extremely fast fists, like a storm of pear blossoms. Pum! 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 Ku Shue brandished his iron fists to block, but his speed couldn't compare to Zichen's. Moreover, each of Zichen's fists was very heavy. Finally, a fist broke through the wind from his iron fists and landed on Kushue's face. After a loud bang, one of Kushue's eyes instantly turned black. After the first punch, there was a second one. Wherever the wind from the fist passed, Kushue was forced to retreat. After several punches, his face was already swollen. Zichen's punches were very heavy. When they landed on Kushue's face, they weren't that heavy. But it wasn't a problem for his face to be swollen. Look, there's Zichen. Cheers rang out from the crowd. Those who were watching the other matches inadvertently saw Zichen's match and exclaimed in surprise. Ku Shue's achievements had been achieved with a pair of iron fists. He was an absolute powerhouse. However, he had been defeated by Zichen in one move. Then he had been beaten by Zichen until he couldn't even fight back. This kid is not simple. He actually comprehended 2 true meanings. Being able to defeat Kushue, there was no doubt about Zichen's strength. Outside the arena, there were gasps of surprise, and on the high platform, the elders were also very surprised. The test this time was very interesting, said a red-robed elder. That's right, there are 10 who have comprehended true intent, and 4 of them have even comprehended the true intent of second-rate battle skills. Not bad, another elder said. This time's test is much more talented than the previous ones. Several elders looked at Zichen in surprise. Then they looked in another direction, where Wu Shang was fighting. Along the way, several elders had their eyes fixed on Wu Shang. They seemed to be very interested in this mysterious disciple. That's not necessarily true. The unperturbed great elder suddenly opened his eyes and said, "There was once a disciple selection where there were even more geniuses than this. However, they were all suppressed by one person, making them seem dull and lackluster." The other elders turned their heads and looked at the great elder. Suddenly, an elder's eyes lit up and said, "Great elder, you're talking about?" "That's right, it's Qin Feng's batch." The great elder's eyes were filled with admiration. In that batch, Qin Feng had comprehended a complete set of second-rate battle skills. He dominated the younger generation of disciples in a tyrannical manner. Because of that, he was valued by the sect leader and was accepted as a core disciple. A complete set of second-rate battle skills. Some elders had seen that battle with their own eyes, while some had only heard about it. But today, after hearing the great elder's words, the faces of those who had not seen it with their own eyes changed slightly. Such talent was much higher than theirs. Chen Feng was the #1 core disciple of the Nimbus martial ancestor. Apart from that, he was also the most talented person in the Nimbus martial ancestor. In the Nimbus martial ancestor, only the most talented person could inherit the position of the next sect leader. After a fierce battle, the outcome of the battle had been decided. Wang Xiong, Wu Sheng, Miao Kong, Lin Shui, and Ziqin won. And Ziqin also kept his promise and beat Ku Shui's head into two, turning it into a pig head. Ku Shui's mother wouldn't be able to recognize him. Just you wait. Before leaving, Ku Shui stared at his pig head and said fiercely. But because his face was big and his mouth was swollen, he couldn't speak clearly, making his words sound funny. Ziqin didn't use too much strength. Ku Shui's injuries were only superficial and didn't hurt his brain or bones. After a few days of rest, he would be fine. At the same time, it wouldn't affect the next battle. The next battle was for the last 5. Ku Shui, with a pig head, repeatedly waved his iron fists and won against 2 people, turning the other 2 into pig heads. Thus, he was ranked 6th. After winning, he even waved his iron fists and showed off to Ziqin. But after seeing Ziqin's faint smile, his face fell. After the last 5 were decided, it was time for the top 5. Compared to the latter, the former was just an appetizer. The real exciting part was about to come. The top 5 battles needed to draw lots. 2-on-2 battles and 1 person would get a bye. Do your best. In front of the lottery box, Lin Shui clenched her small fists at Ziqin, her big eyes filled with encouragement. You do your best too. Ziqin nodded. The result of the lottery quickly came out, but this result was also very dramatic. Miao Kong against Wu Sheng, Lin Shui against Wang Ming, and Ziqin got a bye. This was heaven-defying luck. 1 person who got a bye was equivalent to already advancing. In other words, they were already firmly in the top 3. When this result came out, the crowd hissed, and there were also sounds of disappointment. Shui is only at the 5th level of Jinqi. Although her understanding of battle skills is good, she is definitely not Wang Ming's opponent. But to be able to enter the top 5 is already very good. Su Mengyao whispered in the distance. It's already good to be able to enter the top 5, but that kid called Ziqin is really lucky. He actually got a bye. Chen Feng also said indifferently. Looking at the number 2 in her hand, Lin Shui's young face had a bitter smile. She was no match for Wang Ming, who was at the 6th level of Jinqi. The battle begins. On the high platform, an elder said indifferently, because it was the last few battles, the battles were carried out one by one. Miao Kong, who had drawn the number 1, fought Wu Sheng first. At the beginning of the battle, Miao Kong still followed the old path of his light footwork. After dodging Wu Sheng's attack by a hair's breadth, he took advantage of the opponent's exposed opening to attack. After the battle, Miao Kong actually obtained some good results. Cheers came from the crowd. Obviously, they were cheering for the unprepossessing Miao Kong. This little guy is still hiding his strength. Does he think that he can win just because he is at the 5th level of Jinqi? On the high platform, an elder chuckled. Haha, young people are always a bit arrogant. Another elder also said, Starburst Fist is only 1 step away from comprehending the true meaning. Wu Sheng's talent is very high, almost catching up to Chen Feng. Another elder sighed. The first elder was still resting with his eyes closed, hearing the other elder's conversation. The second elder had a happy expression on his face. After the battle, Miao Kong didn't fall into a disadvantage at all. Instead, he had the upper hand. Wu Sheng completely showed his power. The aura around his body suddenly skyrocketed. In an instant, his strength reached the 6th level of Jinqi. Then his starburst fist was displayed to the extreme, striking a powerful blow. Pum! After a muffled sound, Miao Kong flew back dozens of meters before stabilizing his body. Facing Wu Sheng, who was at the 6th level of Jin Qi, Miao Kong was defeated. Wu Sheng's strength made everyone cry out in surprise. At this moment, many people felt that they had misjudged him. Before, they thought that Wang Meng was the strongest, but now that Wu Sheng's strength was completely revealed, he became Wang Meng's biggest opponent. Holding the number 2 in his hand, Wang Meng's eyes were dignified. Of course, it wasn't because he was facing Lin Shui, but because he was thinking about his chances of winning against Wu Sheng. But after calculating, it seemed that he only had a 50% chance. Wang Meng's expression was gloomy to the extreme. In the outside world, Wang Xiong's expression was the same. He didn't expect that a mysterious Wu Sheng would appear out of nowhere. His 100% chance became 50%. He was angry. This damn thing, where the hell did he come from? Wang Xiong cursed angrily. Zi Chen was with Lin Shui, whispering to each other. Around them, there were murderous and jealous gazes. What's wrong? You have no hope of winning? Zi Chen laughed softly. Lin Shui cutely stuck out her tongue and said, Not much hope. Zi Chen smiled mysteriously and said, Do your best. Lin Shui nodded, Do your best. The first round of battle ended. Miao Kong returned disappointed, but he was not depressed. Not bad. Zi Chen and Lin Shui both nodded. Miao Kong just smiled. The first round is over. Wu Sheng wins. The second round begins. Lin Shui versus Wang Meng. The voice of the elder sounded from the high platform. Wang Meng laughed sinisterly and walked towards the platform. Lin Shui was about to go forward, but she was stopped by Zi Chen. Zi Chen shouted, Wait! Zi Chen's voice attracted everyone's attention. Zi Chen, what's the matter? Zi Chen had finally displayed his strength after 2 consecutive battles. Even though he was displeased that his words had been interrupted, the elder didn't lose his temper. Instead, he maintained a pleasant expression. What's this guy doing? The others were also very confused. Only Su Mingyao's beautiful face had a faint smile. She seemed to have guessed it. Lin Shui's eyes were full of smiles. Elder, I want to ask if I can exchange my lot with Lin Shui's. I want to fight this round. Zi Chen said respectfully. This? Everyone was stunned. Is he a fool? He will definitely lose if he fights with Wang Meng. If he doesn't fight, he will definitely enter the top 3. He actually thought of using this method to pick up girls. How shameless. Wow, so handsome. The disciples had different opinions. Some of the female disciples' eyes were shining. Chapter 21. The first elder squinted his eyes and looked at Zi Chen as if trying to see through him. In his opinion, this little fellow was not that reckless. He must have his reasons for daring to say such words. Could it be that he has a chance of winning? The first elder thought to himself, but with his true energy realm strength, how could he not see that Zi Chen was only at true energy realm level 5, and his cultivation techniques were all third-rate battle techniques? They were the most common and also the lowest level. Ferocious Tiger Fist, Flowing Cloud Step. With these 2, he wanted to defeat Wang Meng, who was at true energy realm level 6 and had second-rate battle techniques. The first elder could not figure it out, but he did not need to. Just as all the elders looked over, the first elder said, If both parties are willing, we can exchange. Zi Chen was obviously willing, but Lin Shui was not. But after a slight glare from Zi Chen, he forcefully took the number 2 from Lin Shui. His actions were very rude, but Lin Shui smiled. It was as if Zi Chen had a manly spirit at this moment because he knew how to protect others. Su Mingyao, who was far away, could not help but nod. Regardless of his strength, she admired Zi Chen's sense of responsibility. Pretentious. Chun Feng snorted. Su Mingyao did not speak. She did not speak much with Chin Feng. He's courting death. Great, now you don't have to do anything. Wang Xiong gritted his teeth. What a pity, this kid is going to die in an accident. An inner disciple beside Wang Xiong said. In the crowd, there were different opinions. Some were good, some were bad, some were encouraging, and some were mocking. Especially some of the male compatriots. Seeing Zichen in the limelight in front of Lin Shui, they all felt uncomfortable and began to mock him. Zichen held the number 2 and walked onto the stage amidst the mocking of the male compatriots and the adoration of the female compatriots. Wang Meng was already waiting there, his eyes cold. I didn't expect you to be in such a hurry to die, Wang Meng said coldly. Zichen replied coldly, It's not certain who will die. Today, I will repay the favor of throwing feces at me tenfold. On what basis? Wang Meng sneered. With that useless third-rate battle skill of yours? You think you're so great just because you've comprehended true intent? Let me tell you, third-rate battle skills are trash. Even if you've comprehended true intent, it's still trash. I don't know if a third-rate battle skill is trash or not, but I know that you can't even be considered trash because you are destined to lose today, Zichen replied. Haha. Wang Meng laughed out loud. He was so angry that he laughed. All right, you can fight now. Beside the battle stage, an elder judge stopped the two from bickering. Let's fight. Let's see who's the real trash. Wang Meng sneered. His jinqi began to surge, and his eyes flashed with killing intent. With a shift of his feet, the flowing cloud steps appeared. At the same time, the mountain's splitting palm descended with a sharp aura. That's not how you use flowing cloud steps. The corners of Zichen's mouth curled up slightly. With a tap of his foot, he smoothly dodged Wang Meng's attack. Swoosh! Since his attack missed, Wang Meng changed his attack. The second form of the mountain, splitting palm, struck down. The wind whistled, and Zichen's white robe began to flutter. His black hair danced in the wind. Zichen once again shifted his feet and dodged twice, dodging the attack by a hair's breadth. At the same time, when Wang Meng's attack was weakened, he threw out a punch. Roar! With a roar of a tiger, the first and second forms of the third-rate ferocious tiger fist were thrown out. Pum! With a muffled sound, Zichen's body swayed and retreated 2 steps. On the other hand, Wang Xiong retreated 4 steps. This result caused an uproar in the crowd. Along the way, Zichen had not been well liked. He had attracted the most boos, but today he had made a name for himself. However, no one had expected that he would gain the upper hand in his battle with Wang Meng. Go to hell! Wang Meng couldn't help but feel embarrassed. It would be too embarrassing if he couldn't suppress Zichen with his second-rate battle technique and his jinqi that was a stage higher than Zichen's. With a roar, the mountain's splitting palm appeared once again and stopped. Under Zichen's feet, the flowing cloud steps flickered like flowing water. He had comprehended the true essence of the flowing cloud steps. At this moment, when he fully displayed it, it was even more mysterious than Miao Kong's footwork. He always dodged Wang Meng's attack by a hair's breadth. This is the true essence of the flowing cloud steps. Good kid, no wonder you hid your strength before. You are really cautious. On the high platform, the elders were no longer surprised. Their eyes suddenly lit up as if they had discovered a new continent. Among the battle skills, footwork was the most difficult to cultivate. It was even more difficult to comprehend the true essence. However, what Zichen displayed now was the essence of the true essence. He had already reached the limit of footwork. Pow! Muffled collision sounds continuously sounded on the stage. Zichen and Wang Meng were locked in a fierce battle. At this moment, everyone had to reevaluate Zichen's strength. Wang Xiong's face was extremely dark. Everything seemed to be going wrong today. There was Wu Sheng and now there was Zichen. Su Mingyao's beautiful face was still wearing a faint smile. The face of the number one core disciple of the Nimbus martial ancestor was also not looking good. One had to know that he had not comprehended the true essence of footwork back then. This kid is really not ordinary. Miao Kong laughed. Beside him, Lin Shui's beautiful eyes flickered. She was like a chicken eating rice, nodding her head repeatedly. Mountain splitting palm, fifth style. Wang Meng had already unleashed his true power, but Zi Chen was like a nimble fish, and he would not clash head-on with Wang Meng. Mountain splitting palm, sixth style. Mountain splitting palm, seventh style. Fierce moves and surging Zhen Qi madly swept towards Zichen, but they were all neutralized one by one. There were 9 styles in the mountain splitting palm, and the 9th style was the strongest. Zichen, I don't believe that you can block my strongest attack. Wang Meng's eyes were red. It was as if he had gone crazy. His voice became hysterical. He was still competing for the number 1 position, but now it was difficult for him to even enter the top 3. In his anger, Wang Meng used the last move of the mountain splitting palm, the mountain splitting palm. Using the palm as a blade, Wang Meng's qi suddenly became extremely sharp, like a huge blade that could split open a mountain. It was flickering with a cold light, carrying a sharp qi as it suddenly fell down. The strongest attack of a second-rate martial art. Unfortunately, Wang Meng had not fully comprehended the true essence of the martial art. This was just the strongest attack. Let me show you what a third-rate martial art is. Facing the strongest attack of a second-rate martial art, Zichen sneered. The aura around him surged again. When he clenched his fists, Zichen's aura changed. It was as if he had turned into a fierce tiger. At this moment, Zichen disappeared and was replaced by a fierce tiger. The fierce tiger descended the mountain, bringing with it the pressure of a king of the forest. Its roar shook the forest. A king in his territory had found a prey. A pair of cold eyes stared at the prey. Zichen's aura changed. From a roaring king, he became a king about to attack. His eyes became sharp, and the energy around him became more condensed. Is this the true essence of the ferocious tiger fist? Regardless of whether it was the elders or the crowd of spectators, when they felt Zichen's aura at this moment, their expressions changed. If Zichen had comprehended the essence of the flowing cloud steps before, it was already praiseworthy. Now that he had comprehended the true essence of the ferocious tiger fist, he could only be called a genius among geniuses. The true essence of a martial art was not something that anyone could comprehend. Back then, Chen Feng had only comprehended the true essence of a martial art. He had not comprehended the true essence of the martial art. This Zichen's talent does not seem to be any weaker than Qin Feng's. An elder thought to himself. He looked to the side and found that the first elder was curious. The second elder's face was ashen. Pum! Under the influence of various emotions, the ferocious tiger fist and the mountain splitting palm collided. A dull sound, accompanied by a wave of energy, spread out in all directions. The entire stage shook, and then the 2 figures separated. One retreated abruptly, while the other flew in the air. At the same time, the sound of bones breaking could be heard in the air. The one who retreated was naturally Zichen. This time he retreated more than 10 meters, and only when he reached the edge of the stage did he stabilize himself. The blood in his body was churning, but he was not injured. He had already flown out of the stage. His arms were hanging down as if they were broken. He fell directly into the crowd with a bang. Defeat in one move, the outcome was clear. The crowd was silent. A third-rate battle skill used by a level 5 Zhenqi stage cultivator had defeated a second-rate battle skill activated by level 6 Zhenqi stage cultivator. This was simply unbelievable. However, such an unbelievable thing had happened. Below the stage, everyone's gaze changed. Even Wu Sheng, who was previously indifferent, had a dignified look on his face. They looked at Zichen with awe in their eyes. Many people even compared Zichen to Qin Feng in their hearts. This talent is not bad. On the stage, the first elder squinted his eyes and said indifferently. The second elder's face was gloomy, and he did not say a word. The other elders all nodded. Under everyone's respectful gaze, Zichen walked down the stage and walked towards Lin Shui and Miao Kong. "Thank you, brother." Miao Kong looked at Zichen and said gratefully. Zichen had crippled Wang Ming. Obviously, Miao Kong had won the fourth and fifth battle. Miao Kong was now fourth. As for the top three, it would be Lin Shui, Wu Shang, and Zichen. Not bad, Zichen. A level 5 Zhen Qi stage cultivator defeating a level 6 Zhen Qi stage cultivator. You have a high chance of entering the core. Lin Shui smiled mischievously. Zichen smiled. This brat. The admiration in Su Mingyao's eyes grew stronger, while the coldness in Qin Feng's eyes grew. A level 5 Zhen Qi stage cultivator could defeat a level 6 Zhen Qi stage cultivator using a second-rate battle skill. This Zichen's talent was comparable to Qin Feng's. To Qin Feng, this was a threat. Looking at the current situation, it seemed that Zichen would enter the core with his talent. If Wu Shang's strength was the same as Wang Ming's, then Zichen would definitely win. I will definitely kill him. Looking at his heavily injured brother, Wang Xiong gritted his teeth and said fiercely, "Wang Xiong, you have to be careful. Do you have the guts to kill a core disciple?" The inner disciple who had previously threatened to kill Zichen said solemnly, "He is not a core disciple yet. There are still 2 more battles." Wang Xiong said, "If there are no accidents, he will become a core disciple. Don't talk about killing him. You should be careful. Don't let others take revenge." Zichen's talent is comparable to senior brother Qin Feng. The others advised. The third battle begins. Wu Shang against Lin Shui. The elders on the stage naturally did not care about the discussions below the stage. After the first battle, the second battle began.